Savage Avengers, because when I think of Savage Avengers, I think of Squirrel Girl. So there she is, Squirrel Girl, number one. Spider Man, Upside Down, Cityscape, number two. Wolverine with claws, ready to tear up some ass on X-Men 97, number three. And MJ as Venom, number four. Mary Jane Watson Parker. I don't think she's a Parker anymore, but she should be. So there you go. Vote for your favorite. And then bear with me while I set up my laptop. It's so weird. I can't see the cursor arrow on my laptop. It's very difficult to see sometimes. Okay, so we're opening. Open. Open. Says me. So vote for your favorite. The winner gets the most votes across my social media platforms, moves on to the semifinals. We've only got three more rounds, two more rounds after this of sketch cover madness. Finishing up Vixen drawing from yesterday, and we'll be coloring this today. She's channeling the animal nature of the panther. Got to sign this, and then we scan it, and then let the coloring begin. Exciting times here on the stream. I also have to do a ROM jam piece starter upper for my great buddy Jason, who's at Little Giants old school comic show this weekend. Also have to get a print at least begun. Superman and Crypto. I don't know too much about Vixen. I know she channels the animal skills. I guess she adapts, or she what's the proper word? She manifests certain abilities of animals, which is kind of a cool idea. Um, Gotta sign this. Okay, let's get the scanning going here. Still haven't mastered the scanning yet. I've got a laptop, I've got an iPad. For some reason, the iPad will not scan at the resolution that I usually require for a high res piece. I haven't solved that problem yet. It's very frustrating. I can't seem to do a lot of things that I used to be able to do with my old school computer, such as label a file, such as file it into a specific location. I can't seem to do that. It's very, very frustrating. Um, Also, the scanning process takes much longer than my old school computer did. All of these things should be improved upon, not detrimental to my process. So I haven't solved any of these issues yet, and it's frustrating, and it makes me want to take my old school computer to repair to see if I can get a couple more years out of it. It's kind of frustrating. Okay, so I'm just playing some comics related podcasts. Here's one, the top 10 hot comics. But this grading result stole the show. 5 days ago, they posted this. Maybe we should listen to one that's more recent. Here we go. This one's more recent. To all you road trippers and family hikers, to the everyday adventurers and sunshine seekers, whether you're an out of towner or a chow downer, consider this your invitation. Let's Texas. You have been replaced. Okay, here we go. Top 10 trending comics responding to the biggest critique. I am so tired of this criticism, Russ. Damn it. We have been doing the same thing for 8 years, and some of you guys are finally catching on. The 10 most trending comic books in the world. Number 10 on the list, no surprise. We have Walking Dead Deluxe 132. This is the David Finch Invincible cover crossover variant. $12 high average sales, an increase of 167% in sales week over week. And we have, I would say, the most brutal. Still scanning. Negan, side by side. My old school computer would be finished scanning by now. So this is not pleasant for me. And with the most brutal villain in the Invincible universe, Conquest. I was really happy when they started doing The Walking Dead Deluxe because they started reprinting Walking Dead all the way from issue number 1 in color. So a lot of the people I know that tried to read this at the shop, they're like, I can't get into black and white. Well, this has been color. It comes out all the time. This book had 6 different variants, and number F, the one by David Finch, is the one on the list this week. I love the Scotty Young I Hate Fairyland. You got a beat up Mark on the floor. Yep. We have the Youngblood 5 variant, which showcases Rob Liefeld's take on Mark with the rest of the Youngblood squad behind him. Assorted Crisis Events number 9, the Death of Supergirl homage. We have definitely been hyping that book up because that was, I think, mutually our favorite homage of the series. And then, of course, shout out to Tony Fleece, Trish Forstner. We have Feral 21, Battle Beast covered in Feral Cats. And I also want to point out, too,
I really enjoy when these crossover moments happen because, yeah, you're going to get the mainstays in Image getting a chance to put Invincible on the cover, but then also you get some newer books that have just started coming out.
Still scanning. Very frustrating. This is a 9x12 drawing. I usually scan 11x17 pages. It takes less time than this. Spinal Boss? Final Boss.
And hopefully they'll go back and read the earlier issues just because of this cool collectible cover. One of my variants that I released at MegaCon with Davis Rider Comics and Dan Quintana.
My black cover sketch, make it to Sketch Madness. Yes.
It's actually really, really big because there are so many books that come out, but for something to actually make the list means the percentage of sales has to be high, it has to peak on eBay, it has to peak on social media. There are lots of factors to it, and we don't like to put books specific to shops on the list. That's correct. We're talking about our Absolute Batman 18 Poison Ivy cover. Now, I figured this would be a good opportunity to explain something to any of our new viewers. This list of trending books, already it's difficult to have a retail variant land on the list per what you just said. The bar is very high to outdo
Still scanning.
back issues.
Very frustrating.
But when one breaks through the noise and does so well, only then do the retail variants land. It happens maybe 1 out of every 10 times other lists will put a retail variant on there. Well, our book landed on the trending 20. What you also will not find on our show, not only do we tend to move away from retail variants, we sure as hell don't put our retail variants on the list. We really have been doing this for the entire 8 years we've been doing this list. If it's someone we know, if it's a retailer variant, if it's something that was more difficult to get, we're not going to put it on the trending 10. The larger list sourced from the Key Collector app, it may show up on the 20, but as far as the video that Tom and I make, we're going to make it as straight as possible for books that you guys can get. Shout out to the members who purchased Absolute Batman 18 for the $35 drop price because it's hitting a high average sale of $250 and landed on the trending 20. To preserve the absence of bias, we will not cover the book today on the list. Number 9 on the list is Star Wars Darth Vader issue number 3, first appearance of Dr. Aphra, $40 high average sales. Dude, $100 for a CGC 9.8. I was purchasing this book in mass back as 4 years ago, 9/8 between $400 and $500. This spec did not pay off. And back then, I wasted so much damn money. But an increase of 233% this week because it's the 11th year anniversary. People are seeing sub $100 9/8 sales going, this is a safe spec right now. And I can't help but agree. In the 11 years since this book has been printed, so many other Star Wars characters made it. There were high hopes for Dr. Aphra, but the fact that we saw Chrysanthemum, the fact that we saw Cad Bane, the fact that we saw Chopper. I mean, there are so many great people that showed up in the Star Wars television shows over on Disney Plus. Dr. Aphra not being in them is just criminal. This book is supremely undervalued. I'm not even going to go into what the all-time highs are, but this is way off. And if you like the character, it's a great time to find this. There's also a ton of different printings of this book. And for those of you who don't know, by the time an issue comes out, open to order books, which this one was, and it gets hot, people get excited, they want the first appearance. Well, typically that week, by the end of that weekend, is the FOC for second printing if they were already planning on doing it. Which means there's not a whole lot of time, which means they typically then go to a third printing, and this book definitely experienced that.
Are we still scanning? What the serious shit?
2015 was massive. Star Wars run, every single issue sold out. The Darth Vader run, every single issue sold out. And that's why there are so many extra prints of the early issues. But number 3 of Darth Vader is definitely one that should have been on your radar if it wasn't already, and now is a great time. Pull up Key Collector Comics because there's different covers associated with these different printings. And sometimes, this one's easy. They're different colors. Right. Sometimes the books look very similar. And Key Collector Comics will show you not just the cover A, but you click variant and you can see all the different printings. And if it's a little confusing, it'll guide you in the right direction so you know what to look out for, so you know what you're buying, you can buy with confidence. Use code TOM101, you unlock a free 2-week subscription of the app. It's going to pay for itself multiple times over throughout the year, but the majority of the app is free. Skip the code. Download Key Collector to try it out first. Regardless, if you use that
Bear with me, I'm having some trouble.
Absolute Evil #1 I'm just gonna say this book is
Scanning
undervalued.
is
I think it's because
becoming a
it's
real
tiny,
problem.
because it's called Absolute Evil #1. Evil? What does that mean? Absolute evil, unless you're in the know about the Absolute Universe, without this superhero embedded in it, even Arc M, Absolute Arc M. You hear Arc M, oh, it's Asylum. Right. This book is hitting $10 high average sales, 64 for a CGC 9.8. You get the introduction of the Joker in full in his human form. You get the introduction of Absolute Green Arrow, Absolute Hawkman, Absolute Lex Luthor, and then the formation of Absolute Evil, which is the JLA of the Absolute Universe. What the hell is going on with this book? I'm not done yet, Russ, because we have Absolute Green Arrow dropping May 20th this year.
It's a 173% increase in copies sold this week. Tom and I were standing on the mountaintop shouting as loudly as we could that the DC All-In Special that was the first appearance of the Absolute Trinity was undervalued. We were telling people that for over 6 months, not joking. This is another one of those books that with so many first appearances of major characters in the Absolute Universe, this is one you're going to want to pick up. $10 average sales for this book. If you can find it, probably on the wall at some LCSs for cover price, you should grab it.
Number 7 is Masters of the Universe. Number 1, $20 high average sales, $3.39 for a CGC 9.8, and an increase of copies sold of 243%. We get our second trailer of He-Man, Masters of the Universe, and dude, I'm excited, but there is this low-key level of cringe when I watch this trailer, which is what I think everyone expected, but it's just good enough that I'm gonna go see it in theater. We do hear Skeletor for the first time, and apparently.
Okay, bear with me. I'm still
I'm
scanning.
just happy it doesn't sound like
Usually scan a piece of art as a color file and as a black and white very, very high res file. And so the high res black and white
This is
finally complete.
I am, and when it comes out in the summer, I am planning on being there in the nice, comfy.
And now I have to scan it in color.
Number 6 on the list is Superman, Spider-Man #1, $15 high average sales on an open-to-order book because it's a Gabriel Dell'Otto cover. No surprise. Now, I haven't gotten a chance to read this yet, but it's actually on my nightstand right now. I try to read at least one comic book a night. That's my goal. Does anyone else give themselves a goal to kind of keep up?
I try to read 2 a day.
Comment section below. But there are so many different covers for this. Last year, Marvel DC squashed their beef. If there was
Abe says, give it a good old
traded titles.
Arthur Fonzarelli bang on the side to get it working again. It's not that it's not working, it's just that it's really, really slow.
So this year we have Superman, Spider-Man.
Also,
we have Spider-Man, Superman coming out soon. Well, listen to this.
The scanning area is 8.5 by 14, and so the art is 9 by 12. So I'm going to lose a ½ inch off it, and there's not much I can do about that. It's very frustrating. I got my car back from the shop. I think I might take my old computer in and see if I can get a few months worth of juice out of it. This is very frustrating and not very artist friendly, if I may say. An iPad is supposed to be it's supposed to be an artist tool. It is not good. So hopefully it has other features that I haven't discovered yet that I can work with. Like I heard that you can do animation and video and stuff like that on the iPad, and that would be cool to learn. But straight up comics so far, no good. That's my take so far. All right, let's see if I can get that.
Mail call this month. However, we've been selling out of the mail call within 48 hours as of late. So this is a call to action to anyone who wants to join in because this is a subscription service. You have 2 options to get the mail call. One, you subscribe, and then you're in every month, and I account for your allocation. The other way is to risk a biscuit and buy a slot as a one-time purchase. But we've been selling out so quick. So the best way to have a chance at joining right now is to join the SMS group. We will be sending out an SMS blast on the 16th for open enrollment. And if we have slots, that's going to be your time to secure it, assuming we keep selling out more. And it's becoming an exclusive club is what I'm saying.
Number 5, Invincible returns. Number 1, the first full appearance of Grand Regent Thrag. $110 average sales, $500 for CGC 9.8. It's a 202% increase in copies sold this week.
That's right. That show, which has come back, is drawing heavily from the comics. This is the, I would say, Thanos of the Invincible universe. I don't want to give any spoilers of what's coming, but if you've read the book, you know what's going on. And this book was on so many walls over the course of both MegaCon and C2E2, Raw and 90. The prices you just recorded were not what I was seeing on the show floor. People were pricing this even higher. And it's also no surprise because last week they actually over at Skybound released the reprints of this for the first time. So if you don't want to go 9.8 price or even raw price, you can pick this up for cover price right now.
Number 4 on the list, which is number 1. This was a great Scott Snyder book from 2014, and it was optioned back then by Plan B Entertainment, Brad Pitt's company. Back on the list this week, $15 average sale.
Don't forget to, if you're just passing through, vote for your favorite sketch. It's free, and there are no wrong answers. And your input / feedback is very much appreciated. Can't believe we have no votes for Wolverine number 3 yet.
And we have a superb writer, Scott Snyder.
It actually startles me, but that's all good. At the end of the show, we'll do a tally. Across my social media, and we'll add up the votes. The winner goes to the semifinals, round 2. Okay, let's color this from my man Nick.
You wouldn't find out until 2021. Back then, when they optioned it, it was going to be a movie. Right? 2021, now they're going to bring it to a live action series. 2023, they're saying, nope, scrap that. We're going animation with Jock on freaking storyboards. Cool. So I'm hoping they're kind of going the Invincible route with this, and we see just Jock's art on full display. Sounds weird to say it, but if you're a Jock fan, you get what I'm saying.
Number 3 on the list, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, number 1. A great Tom King read from 2021. $50 average sales, $240 for a CGC 9.8. The trailer dropped this week and have our first real look at Krem of the Yellow Hills, and his first appearance is in this book.
What do you think about the character design? Most of the time, people are complaining that it's not comic accurate enough. But in the comics, he's kind of just a bearded dude. He looks way more sinister in this movie. I think this is a good choice.
It's a very Mad Max feel, but yes, this guy looks really sinister and lends itself more to a comic book theme.
Increase of copies sold of 123%. What did you guys think of this trailer? Also, go light on this. I mean, I know you guys are specking. The movie could be awesome. You know, maybe the book will spike up, but this is definitely like more of a play on the issue 1 because this is what the movie's based off of, not so much the villain. I think the villain adds a little extra to it, but this is the book that James Gunn was holding up and posting all over social, which drove a lot of attention to it. But in name only, tied to movies loosely, I don't see this book lasting at $240 9/8 much after the debut of the film.
Before anyone wants to criticize us for anything else, James Gunn did in fact share a photo of Millie Alcock on set reading the graphic novel of this series. Very clearly, it's the source material.
Well, the movie looks great. We can see more shots of like the destruction of Krypton. We know a little bit more of the story. You know how Krypto's involved. And I would say the biggest thing is we get to see more Lobo. Number 2 on the list, Omega Man. Number 3, $100 high average sales, $300 for a CGC 9.8. Increase of copies sold of 144%. There are 44 new 9.8s alone in the last month that have been added to the census because we track that kind of stuff. And I've been saying for a while the 9.8 increase is outdoing the demand for this book. And Jason Momoa is saying that, you know, he's excited for everyone to see him in the movie, but this is definitely Supergirl's movie. Tells me he's probably not going to be in it all that much, but through the trailer, you see him swinging his chain, driving his motorcycle. Maybe he's like trying to just be really positive and he's in it more. I don't see this book exceeding what it's going for right now, at least by much.
He clearly shows up multiple times in the trailer, and it seems like he's going to be showing up multiple times in the movie. He may just be downplaying how major his role is, and even if he's not, he's such a fan favorite.
Hit the like and subscribe. The number 1 most trending book this week goes back to 1976. Post the Daredevil Born Again Season 2 Episode 1 debut last week. We have Daredevil 131. first appearance of Bullseye. $250 for a high average sale, $2,668 for a recent CGC 9.8.
Bullseye?
This book hit heights in 2023 of $8,400, an increase of 125% after episode 1's debut, because at the end of the episode, spoiler alert, we got more Bullseye coming, and I don't think anyone is disappointed about that.
Not disappointed and not shocked considering what happened in the last season of Daredevil. But this book, for the high sale to be at 25% of what it was at the end of last season, my God, that is crazy. Great book, great character. If you're not watching the Daredevil,
Another one of
you
those
gotta catch up.
characters
This is
like
the
an
good TV.
incidental villain of the month,
There's no way
uh,
they killed him. Let me know in the comment section below if you
which was
actually
made
think
great
he's dead.
by
But
a
you know what I will
subsequent
say?
creator,
I am not complaining
Bullseye.
about the deal, okay?
Much like Wolverine, which is just kind of random character for the Hulk to fight. Bullseye was just kind of like a random kind of villain character, right? In Daredevil, and then Frank Miller gets a hold of him, and they make him into this obsessive, almost magical kind of psycho character, and he really turns into something great with Frank Miller. Issue 161, issue 169. Of course, he's the guy who kills Elektra in 181. Wow, good stuff. Highly recommended. Get your copies now. I'm not sure that the first appearance of Bullseye is worth $8,500, but I'm glad I have my copy already. That's all I'm saying. And it's probably not near mint. It probably has chewing. It probably has bite marks on it because I probably chewed on it when I was a kid. But, you know, say la vie. Hey, that was a two-parter story too. Like Bullseye was in 131 and 132. And then he was in subsequent issues. I know he was in 146. He was probably in the book again before 146. My brain is my brain doesn't remember though. So that's that and that's that. All right, let's get some color on this bad boy. Here we go.
I am willing to pay a lot for this book.
Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Is this the time to buy Bullseye? And of course,
Be responsible.
awesome. And that's the end of the video, Russ. We have a giveaway to announce. You want to do the honors?
If your phone number ends in 1646, you have already won a CGC 9.8 null number 1 John Boy Myers version variant.
If you missed out last week because you didn't put your phone number in on comictom.com, you gotta join our SMS group, our text message group. That's where we source the winners. We contact you via text. That way you know it's us and we know it's you.
Menti has taken a significant weight off her shoulders.
Luke's in the house. Says good morning. How are we all doing today? We're doing great. I'm catching up on some commissions that I have to get done for tomorrow's show, Little Giant Comics in Concord, New Hampshire. So I got to color this guy. I got to do a ROM jam piece for my buddy Jason. And I got to do a Superman and Crypto piece for That's Entertainment. So if anyone wants a commission, certainly welcome to jump in. You'd be the head of the line. In the meantime, if you don't have the cash or the interest, you can watch me draw out these other commissions. There's risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of
Bro, I about pooped my pants when I got the news. Like, you almost started crying.
I nearly came to tears. I couldn't believe it.
Dude, sometimes our homies, other comic dealers, they get some crazy results. And we're gonna break some news today. Buckle up. We're talking about the hottest comic books in the world. And number 10 on the list, for the first time ever, is the first appearance of the Tarantula. ASM issue number 134.
Love that cover.
292s broke records this last week. The highest for $529 or 6%. A 5.5 broke records this week. An increase of 59%.
John Romita Sr., one of the greatest Spider-Man artists, if not the greatest.
The most recent Brand New Day trailer, in which we're being told there are a total of 9 villains. But I do like this book a little bit more than some of the others because it is, in fact, and I may be pissing some people off, especially the OGs, it's the second appearance in full of the Punisher.
Which is wild to think this is the first time on this app. And yes, you are pissing some people off. But 9 villains? That's a whole lot of villainy. I did not expect to see that. Now, hopefully, it doesn't throw or derail this movie with too much action. But if you're going to have that many villains, you wonder how many heroes you're going to have in this film as well.
Number 9 on the list is Kamiko Primer, issue number
They'll
5.
probably do a
Interior published work of the late, great Sam Keith. We have
They'll probably do a montage where Spidey is throwing down with a whole bunch of his classic villains, because I guess that's what he's been doing in between movies. You know, I saw the last Spider-Man movie, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. I'm pretty sure that's the one where the 3 Spider-Men all got together. I'm not a big fan of ideas like that, but that movie also, I believe, Peter Parker. Everyone knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, so he made some kind of deal with Doctor Strange, and now nobody knows who Peter Parker is. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't remember what happened there, so I'm guessing in between movies, based on what we talked about here on the stream, that he's spent like his entire time in between movies like just fighting crime, which I also find kind of silly idea. So they'll probably do some kind of scene to illustrate that idea that he's been at it for a long time. So that's where you're going to get your 9 villains. That's probably where you're going to get your Scorpion, and some of your Tarantula, and some of your lesser villains. I'd love to see the Scorpion get a little more play, though. We'll see. All right, I gotta color this. Can I see the sketch cover madness prices? I need to vote. Pieces. You need to vote. Let us know who you voted for, Palooks. Right now, number 2 in the lead, which makes me somewhat happy because that's an unorthodox piece, unorthodox pose, unorthodox angle. He's upside down. The proper way to read this cover is to turn the whole thing upside down. So I'm glad that other people are recognizing that that's a different kind of approach. Killing it as always. Thank you, bud. Who'd you vote for, Palooks? Let us know. I gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Listen to your favorite podcaster on comics, Comic Tom. Do anybody else listen to this podcast? What do you think of Comic Tom?
3 different record-breaking sales, all well-deserved because we lost the passing of one of the greatest artists in comics of all time. The hyper-realism of this guy, it's so superb. You know it immediately. It's like one of the most recognizable from like a mile away artwork styles in the comic industry.
Comics have been around a super long time at this point, and
the amount of work that's been put out, the mountain of comics that have been created. And when you look at people that separate themselves and differentiate their art styles, he is up there, as well as, I don't know, we say Eric Powell on the Goon, videos, Glenn Fabry when you have them doing his creature work, Adam Hughes. The list goes on. There's many, many great artists. Dave Stevens. So when you look at that, and the difficulty to do that is so great and grand that it's almost extra special when you find that type of artist.
His work kind of crossed between like hyper cartoony with realism, you know? And it's like the detail, the inks, his master of lighting is something that I enjoy to this day. And I encourage every single person, if you have not had the luxury of holding a comic done, whether it's just cover or interior works by Sam Keith, do yourself a solid, treat yourself, and go to your LCS and pick it up.
What other
Any
artists
Sam Keith fans out there?
section below that just stand out to you every time you see that work?
Number 8,
Co-creator of the Sandman with Neil Gaiman.
$9,000 spent. The 9.0 going for $1,700 at 23%. Are you hearing the rumors circulating right now about Brand New Day? I mean, we talked about 9 different villains, but that means we should probably have more heroes. And could these heroes be mutants?
They absolutely, not only could be, they absolutely should be at this point.
Hard to choose a favorite sketch when they all look so good. Thank you so much. I have chocolate in my mouth. I should probably stop talking
There's rumors about Sadie Sink, like who obviously we saw.
until I finish
But
it.
here's the thing, man. There are rumors about Scott Summers as well, like a different version of Cyclops than James Masters, who we know is going to be in Avengers Doomsday. Are we going to see this kind of tee up the mutant era sooner than anyone expected? Because we know Doomsday is coming with mutants. But could they start this process as soon as a Spider-Man Brand New Day? And it's starting to look good because the people who are suggesting these rumors to be true, although they are leakers, you can't really trust everything they say, right? I mean, you never know with this kind of stuff. A lot of them were right about these 9 villains that supposedly we're getting.
Are you ready to invest in X-Men? Comment down below. Let us know.
Download Key Collector Comics. This is the best way for you to learn about comics, keep track of your collecting, and staying savvy on the hunt so you don't ever overspend. Use code TOM101 to get a free 2-week subscription of the app. You'll also help support the show. Number 7 on the list is looking better and better by the day. Hero for Hire, number 1. I freaking love this comic. Dude, I struggled doing that take because I had hair on my mouth, but I wasn't about to lose the take, dude.
No, you know who doesn't have hair?
Luke Cage.
Catch hair for hair.
9.6 going for $3,400, up 7%. $5,000 was spent above the 12-month average. It takes 3 sales to even qualify on our list above that 12-month, and this book had 6.
There's clearly expectations that we're going to be seeing this character in Daredevil, and we freaking should. And if it's not Daredevil, it should be something. We like the actor, we like the character. He needs more stories. So I'm with anybody interested in picking up this book. I'm interested in any type of additional shows that he deserves to be in. I love this book. I have this book in a 9.6, and it's an extremely tough book. And in 9.8, even more difficult to obtain, but the prices have dropped for this character. So if you get a chance or an opportunity to pick up a cool Bronze Age book from 1972 of such a major, influential character, then yeah, man, I'm thinking you got to get this book and even get it in low grade. It's just something cool to own.
Dude, you can pick up one of these books, sub 4.0, for sub $200. You don't have to break the bank. Number 6 on the list. Dude, put some damn respect on Fantastic Four number 52, because $10,000 was spent this last week on this blue chip book, and it is so cheap, it doesn't make sense to me. This is the first appearance of T'Challa, all right? We have the Black Panther. We have an 8.5 going for 27 hundo of 2%, but on the low end of 4.0, you can get for sub $500. Someone spent $425 on a 4.5, all right? That's up 3%. There are only 6 copies of this book that exist at a 9.8. I have always thought this book was undervalued, underrated, and I personally want one of those 90s.
Which is our next plug. Tom's GoFundMe for the 9.8.
Mm-hmm.
No, but for real, like, that would be unbelievable.
I gotta wash my hands. I spilled some ink.
Most of the time, not
I'm
real.
not sure
This
how.
book is a very tough book in grade. A lot of people just
I'll be right back.
it as well. You don't see this thing moving too often.
Number 5 on the list is Giant Size X-Men number 1. 8 sales, 20K. Dude, we have so many sales happening because of the mutant era about to begin. And I'm seeing more potential on this book than most others on this list. I mean, dude, a 9.2 went for $47.50. But the 9.8, okay? 12-month average, $24,000, which already seems soft. 24 grand on a freaking 9.8 white pager, typically at that price right now. March this year, 2026, $18,400. It wasn't a white pager, but still, dude, I still think this is gonna. Whoever bought that, they're gonna be selling it for 23 plus in a year's time.
And possibly less. I mean, we're seeing the market move, and I know there's still some identity issues with some of these comic books of where they want to like land price wise, and especially in the high end. So it's going to be interesting. But like, I'm hearing a lot of buzz of people moving into this hobby outside of just comic. Like card people are coming in, and also there's a lot of repacking potentially on comic books. So I do think a lot of keys are going to start getting gobbled up through the year, and it's going to be interesting to see the growth because I do feel that it's coming, and somebody probably got something super special, like you said, they could be flipping this for 30% more in a very short amount of time.
I think with this influx of new people, we're gonna see a lot more.
I got to do some more color
because it's one of the first things people
shopping.
when they start
I
breaking
like
the
this
bank
yellow,
comics.
but
We're
it's a
talking
little too
Wolverine,
bright.
Logan, and Incredible Hulk 181. In the
I'll
last
add
7
some,
days, $25,000 was spent on the high end, and 9.4 went for $10,000, up 6% when you compare it to the recent 12-month average. On the low end, at 2.0 went for $16.50, up 7%.
Look, we're talking about one of the number one chase books that I would say 99% of collectors want in their collection. Now,
Even people who don't like Logan want this book.
yeah, and like hashtag dumb.
Who doesn't like
You already know this, but
Wolverine? Come on.
there's a reason this book is here, and it's not just because of Hugh Jackman movies. It's because it's such a coveted piece of history for comic books.
Health of the industry, too. What do you say?
It is absolutely a great gauge to be seeing this book. Giant Size X-Men 1, X-Men 94. I mean, so many books to just let you know that there is definitely hope and interest in this hobby.
You think he's going to be in the movie? Hugh Jackman, Avengers Doomsday. It's kind of crazy. There is no official word if he's going to be in it. This is what James Marsden said over this last week in an interview. He said, I love Hugh Jackman and I love the dynamic between Wolverine and Cyclops. It was always a brotherly, healthy competition between the two of them where they were annoyed with one another. It did feel like a brotherly relationship. I wouldn't say that I was excited to slide into the role without him barking in my ear. He was missed. I'm trying to answer without saying too much. Okay, yeah, that's my answer.
The new Panera Mix and Match menu. Choose 2 or more, just $4.99 each.
So I used to have your job.
He's like almost slipping that they're going to be on the screen together.
Or there's some serious beef, and he was trying to not let everybody know. They could hate each other, but they probably don't.
Yo, if you had any issue with your LCS, your local comic shop, give him another try. Hell, give him a second and a third try. If you don't have an LCS nearby, or you have to do something, otherwise you are not going to get your comics anymore. ComicTom.com. I want to be your LCS. We have FOC being uploaded every single week, and that means that we can put in an order at cover price for you and get it shipped to you in a bag and board in a custom box. Support the show. I want to be your dealer. Number 3 on the list, Amazing Spider-Man 129. 13 sales, 23,000 spent, a 9.4 going for $37.99, up 3%. We just chatted last week about the Punisher special getting a name, seeing the poster, Frank Castle looking a little disheveled. Is it going to be the last time we're going to see John Bernthal as Frank Castle? It's going to be the longest special in like running time. All of that's exciting. We're going to see a lot of Punisher this year. Oh my God, Jeff. I went on Instagram and I saw my homie Bryce Comics. Give him a follow. Link in the description. He's a great dealer and YouTuber. He posted a reaction to his grading results And bro, he is hyped, and I had to know, what the hell did you get? So we jumped on the phone, and dude, you started tearing up, dude. Don't lie.
I needed tissues. Listen, this was a magical moment for him, and like I got excited.
For me too.
Right, like when you know somebody who got like a really special book,
It's a win for everybody.
it's a win because you can kind of share that excitement. But
Oh,
this,
oh,
can I say it?
he can say it, dude.
Alright.
He said we can say it.
We're talking about this number specifically because it is an ASM 129,
There's a new 9.8 on the census.
and it's 9.8. Oh, and it's not just any 9.8.
Oh, say it, Dad.
It's a white pager,
Say it.
and it's a Mark Jewelers.
Mm.
I have no idea how many are in the census, if any. This could be the only one.
I had to drop my phone. It started. I thought it was gonna overheat. I was gonna get burns on my hands.
No sale. I don't know of a reported sale of a 9.8 Mark Jewelers.
Damn, it's so cool, dude.
So congrats, Bryce.
Congrats, everybody in the chat. Congratulate Bry by going in the description, clicking that YouTube link, and give him a damn follow. Number 2 on the list is Amazing Spider-Man 50. 12 sales, $18,000 spent. A 9.2 went for $10,000. That's up 3%.
First appearance of the Kingpin.
Highest one this last week went for $11.32. That's up 22%. But 5.
Also one of the best
12-month average.
drawn
People love the
comics I've ever
and
seen.
Daredevil, Born Again, Season 2, dropping new episodes now, have all the collectors, all the investors eyeing the original Netflix cast, but also one of the most used villains in the street level hero Marvel anything.
Like you said, people love Kingpin, but what they love more is the casting. I mean, like, how important is casting? This is just an example. John Bernthal is our Punisher. Okay?
Charlie Cox, Daredevil, perfect.
And Vincent D'Onofrio playing our Wilson Fisk just seems right.
I love the key collector analysis. They counted everything. One of the most relevant characters due to persistent appearances in multiple live-action Marvel projects. 27 episodes of the original Daredevil TV series. 2
I've
episodes
been
of
dying to get a
4 episodes
Tank
of
Girl
Echo.
piece
The main
done.
antagonist
By me?
of the Born Again
Geez, I don't think I've
series.
ever
This
drawn
week,
a
reported
Tank Girl drawing.
$10,000 9.2 sale.
That
But
would
take a
be
look at
fun
this. One of the
and
9
different.
copies graded at a 9.8 sold this past February for $91,500. Nearly twice the amount paid back in 2020 for a 9.8 copy, which went for $55,200. Also, in February this year,
Are they
a
talking about
9.6
Amazing
went for
50?
$27,000, which is
Whoa,
9
holy shit.
copies graded at a 9.8 sold in multiple live-action Marvel projects. 27 episodes of the original Daredevil TV series. 2 episodes of Hawkeye. 4 episodes of Echo. The main antagonist in the Born Again series. This week, yeah, we just reported on a $10,000 9.2 sale. But take a look at this. One of the 9 copies graded at a 9.8 sold this past February for $91,500.
Holy shit.
Nearly twice the amount paid back in 2020 for a 9.8 copy, which went for $55,200.
Holy shit.
Also, in February this year, a 9.6 went for $27,000, which is $7,000 higher than a 9.6 went for back in 2020. What a powerful book.
Wow.
And the number 1 hottest book in the world, and I actually wish I knew somebody owned one of these. Daredevil number 1 from 1964. 8 sales with a 12-month average, over $20,000 spent.
Dude, 6.5 went for $47.75, up 1%. A 2.0 went for $2,000, up 21%. I had a 5.5. I sold it at MegaCon. Shout out my homie Destiny, who's been eyeing that Daredevil 1 that I had. On my way out of the con, I started having the Karen Page, Foggy Nelson FOMO. On my way out, I bought a 1.0. I couldn't leave the con. Dude, I brought a Daredevil 1 to sell, and I couldn't leave without one. I love this book, dude.
It's a nice 1.0. It's a white pager, great color strike. It looks like it's got some spine splitting, could use a good press. I mean, are you going to work on it?
I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like working on it could be fun. I mean, I will also mention someone paid for an incomplete copy $850 this last week. On the con floor, I secured this book for $1,100.
I I mean, I think that sounds extremely fair. There's always going to be a base level for a book, and you have the front cover, the back cover, no huge pieces missing. I think you got a pretty good deal.
Shout out to Rick's Comic Crypt. I appreciate the love on the book. He was a fan of the show, so he was excited to see that I was interested in his book. Just go hunt it on the con floor. This is going to be a good year for comics. I appreciate every single one of you. And, of course, as always,
Collect your own gold and eat responsibly.
enough said. And that's the end of the video. Yo, if you want to join our weekly giveaways, someone's going to win a limited to 400 Null Number 1 Virgin by John Boy Myers. All you have to do is go to comictom.com, put your phone number in our SMS group, our text message group, because that's where we communicate the winner's results. The winner's results. Does that make sense, Jeff? Do they get it by now?
No, they don't. You got to be clear with these people. Come on, Tom.
Have a good one.
Better buckle up. Things are moving fast at Legoland New York this year. Like the brand new Lego Ferrari Building Race. Join the fun this spring at Legoland New York Resort.
Hi, I'm Becca. How can I help you today?
Get this ready, nose.
Wow. What's going on with it? Damn.
All right, welcome back for another episode of the Wednesday Watch List. This is my weekly look ahead to all the new comic
This
books
week's
coming out
hottest
this
new
Wednesday,
comic book
April
releases,
8th,
folks.
2026. I'll give you a
Who's
rundown
buying
on
in?
all the books you need to be aware of, some variants, things on my pull list, things you should be reading, events, things like that. Basically, get you prepared to get your new books for this week.
Gotta get back to the grind. I'll be back in a bit. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see Palooks 13.
You subscribe and you hit that alert button so you don't miss anything. Keep telling your friends so we can keep growing this channel. And if you want to see this week's rundown of books, just hang on for a few seconds after the intro, and I will be right back. All right, well, let's kick it off with the top of the stack. These are my first read books, the top of the pile type stuff that when I get my pull list on Wednesday, these are the things I'm going to crack open first. Starting off first with Dork number 3. Yeah, I know, there was a lot of early heat on this, but guess what? I'm still enjoying this. It's a fun little read. I like fantasy elements, and I like this, this kind of silliness. It's a welcome change from a lot of the other things I'm currently reading, so I'm still on board for more Dork, with issue number 3 coming out this week with multiple covers. I'm only going to show you these two first because there is another variant set that Image is doing for this month that we will get to later on in the show when we get to the Image portion of it. But for now, this is your A and B options for Dork number 3. No incentives to worry about, so choose the one that you like best and keep enjoying. And from Marvel, I'm currently enjoying Mortal Thor still. We're up to issue 9. I'm still along for this ride of more down-to-earth Thor, kind of relearning himself and revisiting all of his classic villains. It's kind of a fun little thing. Like, I welcome this kind of tweak and this kind of change. It's almost like an Ultimate Universe sort of, or absolute sort of title version of the character, and I think maybe that's why I like it. It's a decent read, at least to me. I know not everybody's on board for this, but I do enjoy this Sigurd Jarlsson storyline here. But with that said, Legacy issue 795, which I'm assuming we'll probably get some big doings with that Legacy 800. That's probably when we'll shift back to the Thor we might already know and love, or some sort of variation thereof. I get it. This isn't going to last like this forever, but for now, 9 issues in, I'm still enjoying it. So, cover A here by Alex Ross. Can't go wrong there. There is also this Farewell to the Ultimate Universe variant that many Marvel books are running right now. I thought about making a separate segment for them, but it just didn't feel like it. So, the Ultimate Farewells are across many Marvel books, and then we also have a 1 in 25 incentive variant here as well by Dwalin. So, with that is number 9 for Mortal Thor, and the last one I'm going to keep in my top of the stack sort of books is Psylocke Ninja, which once again, I'm just enjoying this ride. I normally don't like these retro fill in the gap kind of storylines where they go back and tell you a story we didn't tell you before. You normally don't like that, but for whatever reason, I enjoy this era. I enjoy this character. I enjoy this little run. So I'm enjoying this book, Psylocke Ninja number 4 with Elektra and Psylocke. It's not the love here. Plus, it's got good covers. We've got this cover here by Derek Chu. We've got another option right here. that we'll keep an eye on, because that will be our version 1 in 50, along with this Ineos Lee option with our 2 killers. So like I said, a lot of good covers here. I mean, they're all viable options if you want to choose your favorite. Pick which one you like best. But those are the books on the top of my stack. But outside of that, there's a lot of new stuff coming out this week. A lot of new number ones. And I picked a few already on the blind because, honestly, I'm looking forward to reading them. They sound interesting. So whether we're going to see a turn back to these indie books selling like crazy before release or during the week of release, I think that train has kind of slowed down and stopped. That doesn't mean these aren't books worth picking up to give a shot. So I plan to give them a shot, and these are my blind picks for this week. Again, no prior knowledge, no prior access or anything like that. I'm just going on the blind saying, you know what, I think I'm going to enjoy these based on the setups alone. Starting off first with this new book from Ignition called Everyone Loves a Jewel Thief. We're talking about a heist. I'm always a fan of a good heist story. Mix it in with some D&D, you got me. You got me. So a heist with some D&D characters or a D&D squad coming together to pull off said heist. I'm on board to check this thing out. So issue 1, this is the cover A. Once again, another Tim Seeley book. He's been killing it lately. I gotta admit, writing a lot of stuff that I'm enjoying reading. So with that, this is the number 1 cover A. Here's some more of the description for it in case you wanted to check into it a little bit further. But there is a B cover option as well as a 1 in 10, which I really like and having a hard time finding it. So good luck if you're on the hunt for this, because it's not an easy to find, this Ignition 1 in 10. So it may not be for everybody, but I dig it. So there is our 1 in 10 for this book. Also, looking forward to another number 1, but this time coming out of Mad Cave, this book called Pretty Hate Machine, which reminds me of 9 Inch Nails from way back in the day, and this kind of horror-themed vibe. I'm enjoying a lot of horror stories lately, which is kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about enjoying Dork as sort of a palate cleanse, but like a change of pace, because I'm enjoying a lot of these horror anthologies, the EC horror type stuff, Hello Darkness, etc., and a lot of these one-offs. So with all these horror books, it is nice to have a silly book to read every once in a while. And this one, interesting setup again with this character Thomas, and he's visited by this ghoulish kid, and you can tell there's shenanigans to go on. And with the teeth, the knife fingers, I don't know. I'm curious, so I'm going to check out Pretty Hate Machine number 1. This is the cover A, which is solid, but all the covers are actually pretty solid here, with a B option as well as a third option, C cover as well. All open order, no incentive to worry about. So grab your favorite and check it out, because I think I'm going to. So, one more ghost story horror themed book. Like I said, I've been enjoying the horror angle of the comics lately. This is Estuary, a ghost story. This one coming out of Oni. And like I said, the setup seems kind of interesting. Out of a bloodstained past of old California, a different kind of devil is rising with the tide. And, some sort of ghost story. I'm intrigued by it. I'm going to go and check this out. With multiple covers, this being the cover A, we got a B cover over here. We've got a C cover option here as well, as some virgin versions for the incentives with a 1 in 10 and a black and white 1 in 20. So, with that, those are the books. Again, there's even one more I was going to put in here, but I thought 3 was already pushing it for blind picks. But we'll get to that 4th potential number 1 option later on in the show. But for now, let's move on to what's normally the heads up section of the show, where I give you an alert if there's some sort of secret edition, some sort of special thing to keep an eye out. Last week about the blind bags, and some of them were selling pretty well right out of the gate. This week, I couldn't find any secret editions or any ash cans or anything like that to speak of, so I got nothing special to call out for you right now. So, nothing to give you a heads up on. So with that, we're going to move on and remind you that you can save money if you need supplies. You can save 10% off your entire order by using my code RENA10 over at BCW to get your bags, your boards, your long boxes and short boxes, CGC boxes, top loaders, basically anything to keep your comics or collectibles safe. You hate spending money on supplies, but you got to do it. You might as well save money while you do it. You help out the channel. Save yourself a few bucks by using my code RENA10 for 10% off your entire order. So keep that in mind if you need supplies. Now, from here, we'll get into the regular run of the show, starting off first with DC and the Absolute Universe, as we have one Absolute book to talk about for this week, and that would be Absolute Green Lantern we are already up to issue number 13 at this point. So, yeah, still on board for all these Absolute books, checking them all out, enjoying them all, and we're going to keep rolling with it. So, with that, number 13 has multiple covers.
I read the first volume of Green Lantern. It was good. It reminded me of a Stephen King story. I forget what it was called. The town was trapped under a dome. Was it called The Dome? It had a dome vibe. And there's an artist. I should really give him credit. There's an artist who did some covers. Let me see if I can find it. It looks like looks like I returned the Green Lantern to the library. So there's an artist who did these kind of like, they almost look like 3D covers, and he did some variants, and I just thought his work was outstanding and kind of stood out among all the rest. It was very good. I texted him on Instagram. I haven't checked on my Instagram messages. I'm not a very good DMer on anything other than emails, and I'm not even that great at emails. But I just emailed him. I DM'd him through Instagram just to let him know that I really admired his work. It's really something that popped off the ordinary. And I think some of the pieces that he did were even 3D. Like he had done paper collage and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, that's pretty good. And very well designed covers. So I sent him a note, and he got back to me. So, oh, thanks a lot, man. My pleasure. It's a pleasure seeing something new and different. And I apologize that I don't recall his name off the top of my head. Seeing E33. I do have some sand. We need to refill this bad boy. Don't forget to vote while I'm refilling my pen. Vote for your favorite sketch. Sketch Cover Madness month. All through March and April. We do the finals in May. It's an exciting time here. We review all the, a lot of the sketches that I've done in the last year. You guys pick your favorites. Whoever wins this round with the most votes moves on to the semifinals, and then you guys will vote for 2 rounds of semifinals. Those two winners will go against each other for the finals, and we'll decide an all-time winner for the Sketch Cover Madness for 2026. This is a fun time. And of course, it's a good time to see some of the work that I've done here and give you an idea of what your commission could be if you decide to get one. All right. Where were we? So yeah, Green Lantern. Who was the artist? You know, I can't. If I look for the artist, I'd have to go on my phone, and my phone is my camera, so I can't tell you. But he had, if I remember right, he had 3 names.
You got an A, you got a B, and you've got 2 more options here as well. All open order, no incentives. Only difference is cover A will save you $1 more than the cardstock covers on the variants. So keep that in mind. We do have a new Next Level installment this week. So here we have DC's Next Level, where it's sort of the absolute revamp, but inside the DC universe proper. So with that, we've had Deathstroke, we've had, I'm already drawing a blank on the 3 characters we've had. Oh, Batwoman, and what was the third one? Anyway, I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank on it, because I read all 3 of them. It was Deathstroke, Batwoman, and Lobo. Oh, it was Lobo. Anyway, our 4th hero joining said group is Firestorm. Now, this is a character that goes back to, at least for me, being a fan of him from the Superpowers, the action figure days, because he's one of the coolest Superpowers figures. His head was on fire. So cool, and in the red and yellow with a popping, outfit. Cool design. So Firestorm was always a figure that I liked, that I enjoyed back in the day. So here is the Fury of Firestorm #1. He's had multiple comic runs, and they've lasted a stretch, but never really anything good long term. So they're gonna try it again with a revamp. So I'll try this. Normally, you see my little token coin that's on my pull list. This one, I'm not committing to a pull list, but I will try issue 1 to see if it's any good for me, for my tastes, that is. So with
Firestorm had a good run in the
Fury of
70s and
Firestorm
into the
shot.
80s.
Probably just grab the cover A to save that $1 because it's only $3.99. But there are other variant options for you if you wish to spend $5, like this B cover here or this headshot by Chris Burnham. We got the Jorge Corona design covers for all of the Next Levels. We've seen them for the other Next Level characters where they got their own sort of a flat color background and design covers, character spotlight. There is a foil edition of this headshot as well as a blank if you want to go that route, and a Jeff Lemire 1 in 25 out there as well. So pick what you want and give it a try. And from here, we will get into the regular DC universe. So from here, we got our regular DC books. Not too many more to kind of cover here, but we do have a couple. Starting off first with a book I'm not currently pulling as part of my pull list, but Emperor Aquaman is up to issue 16 at this point. We're gonna need a bigger comic. Okay, like a good Jaws line, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough for me to pick this up because I'm not a huge Aquaman reader. But Emperor Aquaman, rolling on with number 16, cover A here. They do have good covers on this run. I will admit that. So some of these are pretty solid. Here's the B cover featuring Mara. I mean, that's a really good cover. If I was reading it, I'd have a hard time deciding between that or the Zerdy here, which is also very good. And then they also have the Things to Come variant, which is teasing, I guess, the future storylines to come in Emperor Aquaman. So look, I'm seeing some sharks. I'm seeing Bird, like Hawkman or Hawkgirl down below, and I'm also seeing a Green Lantern ring. So I guess we'll see some involvement from those characters at some point in the upcoming storylines. Also coming out this week, we do have Green Lantern Corps hitting number 15. We got Guy Gardner with his awful haircut, really accentuated here, as he looks like a monk from like In the Name of the Rose or something. It's just a terrible look. A terrible look.
Had it for decades.
Issue 15, All Fear, No Mercy, rolling on, cover A. I really like this Fornes cover B. If I were still picking up this title, I'd probably grab this. But this Atrocitus is pretty cool with the Rage running right down the middle. I think that's a cool layout for the cover. I dig it. And then there's two more. If you want to go this way, you got Ryan Gonzalez giving that sort of character dress 'em up design style. And then we've got another Things to Come variant teasing, again, the future storylines for this book. From here, we'll move on to the next installments. And I say installments because we got two books for Reign of the Superboys, continuing on over at DC. So Reign of the Superboys is sort of mini event that they're running right now through most of the Superman titles and Supergirl as well. We have Action Comics number 1097 continuing on here. You got Ms. Marvel, Mary Marvel showing up here. $4.99 for the cover A. If you want to get the variants, it's going to cost you an extra $1. We've got a B cover here, as well as two more, including this one here, which is kind of like an Archie sort of vibe to it. And I think this one might already be sold out at Midtown, which I know a lot of people like to use the Midtown sellout as an indicator, which it can be in some cases, but not all the time. I do think it's a kind of a fun cover, though it's a little weird, a little inappropriate. Like, why she's got to be with the straw? I know that's what she's currently doing as he's staring at her, but it gives some undertones there, Clark. Just saying. You could have just had her face without this. Anyway, and then you get it. Even though she loves Superboy, not Clark. Get it. And then another Things to Come variant over here. So all DC books are giving us that tease for the future, which, again, I think it's a fun little variant idea. And, yeah, we'll see where we go from here. But for now, we're going to go on to the next Reign of the Superboys story, which is in Supergirl, number 12, which is featuring Cyborg Supergirl. I guess she's gearing up here, Cyborg style. Cool. Cover A option. We got Nick Dragotta giving us a variant, which you don't often see him doing outside of Absolute Batman. But there we go. The Supergirl. We got Pablo Villalobos giving us an Adam Hughes-esque shot at Supergirl. And then we got two more still with Sway and a Things to Come variant over here, teasing what's to come in Supergirl.
What does Things to Come mean?
What if you could create account planning agents out of thin air to help sellers focus on the right opportunity?
Moving on from here, we're going to go over to Vertigo, the darker side of DC, and we got two installments of books over here as well, including part 3 of Bleeding Hearts, a story that I am enjoying still. I liked it better after issue 2. Issue 1 was so-so, but once we got to issue 2 and we saw the human side of things, now I want to see what sort of balance or ratio we get, because we pretty much had one from the zombie side of things, one from the human side of things, and now let's see how that balance plays out in the stories going forward. But I am looking forward to issue 3 to see how that balance is played out. We can get more of a 50-50 inside said book, or we're going to go
Donut says, this looks great. I've been using Prismacolor for so long, I need to get used to Copic. Is there a difference? I don't really know. Do they have Prismacolor? Do they have the brush tip? I like the brush tip.
Also, from Vertigo, series I'm just not currently up to date on. Nice House by the Sea.
Did you use two different values, yellows, or is that just the stroke pressure? Both. There's actually 3 different yellows happening at the moment. This is the sand color, but I also used lemon yellow. One second.
Others should be checking it out. Please, let's talk about it. Put it in the comments down below. That's.
I also used lemon yellow, which is a little strong for me. I'm going to try to keep that to highlights. I also used some pale yellow, and I also used, I think it was this one, mustard. Yeah, I used the mustard. And we're just going to keep going, keep getting darker. The more, of course, the more layers, the more coats or whatever you call it, you put on it, the darker the color gets, right? And then you can choose darker colors to keep getting that deeper value also. So I'm messing around with the idea of doing some airbrushing on this ghost image of the panther. Still haven't decided if I'm going to do that or not, but I kind of like the idea of getting used to this new airbrush I bought. color is her hair? It's kind of black. Okay, good to know. I'll throw some brown in there, but we'll hit it with some dark grays. Let's see. She's kind of an interesting character. Another one of those DC uncut gems that you could probably turn into something. I'm not sure what, because I'm not so familiar with this character. I'm not sure I would have given her this color scheme, this yellows and golds. But maybe this is kind of like a Wolverine color palette, a little bit. The oranges, the oranges and the browns and the golds. Is the paper Bristol? Yeah, this is 2-ply Bristol. Do I have a pad nearby? I can show you. This is pretty good stuff, Strathmore. Smooth surface. You can also get a toothier surface. I forget what that's called. That's kind of my go-to paper nowadays. I'm guessing it would have to be if you're able to airbrush on it too. Oh yeah, I don't think there'll be a problem with me airbrushing on this. I think this will be pretty simple. My brain is kind of moving ahead to how I'm going to handle this. I might put all these shapes in white and just airbrush the body, very lightly. Go from light to dark, focus on the head, and then as I go across, get lighter so it looks like a ghostly image. And so color choices would probably be the complement to the browns and the yellows, which would be like a bluish. So I'm thinking like a bluish ghost or purple. ghost image, just very lightly, subtly, not too dark. Very light gradient from here across to nothing over here. That's where my brain is going. And Nick is a great customer. He's been around for a long time. I've known Nick for 10 years. So I don't mind giving him a little bit extra something. He's worth it. And he gets a lot of pieces, not just from me. I always want to make my most recent piece the best one. I don't want him to say, "Oh, this isn't as good as, the last 5 that I got from you." I always want to bump up the volume. And he's also one of those guys that I'm not his only artist. You know what I mean? He gets many different sketches from other artists. So I always I want him to say, "This is my favorite of all the pieces that I've gotten at Little Giant." He's going to pick it up at the Little Giant show. So my brain is like a little competitive that way. Like, I want him to say, "Oh, Joe's Vixen was my favorite at the Little Giant show." And the same it is with you guys. Like, the more pieces you get, the more that I remember what I gave you. I always want to one up the previous piece that I did for you. So that's something to keep in mind. So there's a darker brown somewhere. Can I find it? Here's a Prismacolor. I've used Prismacolors as well. They don't have the brush end. That's all. They've got the chisel end and the fine point. I like the fine point for fine points for detail stuff. But there are no objects that are 100% white. So I like to indicate color in even the brightest things. I try to use white as a highlight color. Now I know there's a brown. There it is. There's a character in Marvel. Her name is Hellcat, and so she's got a Hellcat vibe. Color scheme, and although I don't really know if Hellcat has any real powers, she's got that kind of cat nature, right? Animal nature, I guess. I wonder if one is, well, Cat definitely came before Vixen, so I wonder if Vixen is inspired by the Hellcat. Hazelnut. And what number is Hazelnut? E23. Do I have E23? I do. Okay, yet another marker that needs a refill. Let's see what Hazelnut looks like. If I can help model some of these. If I can help model some of these shapes a little bit closer. Let's see. While I'm refilling this marker and you're just passing through, vote for your favorite and let me know in the chat which one you voted for. All right. Oh, it's a tight race today between 2 and 3, especially, but 1 and 4 are not far behind. This could be a fun race. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat. I'm guessing it would have to be if you're able to airbrush on it too. What's the Kyle Willis foil? What is the Kyle Willis foil? Where did you see that? Chris says it looks awesome. Thank you, Chris. Donut says, yeah, I use that too. Paper is really good. It is good. What do you usually do? What do you usually use the paper for? Donuts. Do you do single image illos like this, or do you do comic stuff on it, or both? Ames says, question, would you spray something over this or comic book cover to preserve it, keep it from fading? I don't honestly know of anything that prevents fading other than UV glass. I'm not sure that these markers fade, the Copic markers. So there's a couple variables there. I don't think there's anything that you can spray on it to prevent fading. I know, like if you're working in graphite, or I have heard some people use a spray for Copic marker remarks and stuff. I honestly don't know what that spray is. That kind of spray, again, makes me, I want to do more research before I spray things on comic books. But I know there's a fixative spray that you can spray onto, like, say this was done in graphite, or if it was done in the Copic pens. I'm pretty sure there's a fixative spray that you can lay a couple coats over it, and it prevents the graphite or the Copic from peeling up. I'm not that was something called a spray fixative. I used to use that in my college days at art school, when I was doing a lot of like Vine charcoal drawings and stuff like that. Charcoal drawings, especially, they'll tend to come up. You just brush your finger over it, and the oils will attract the charcoal right off the paper. So a lot of times we would spray the image when it was finished with fixative. I'm not sure the fixative is a good idea on a comic book. It could be. I've never tried it yet, and I haven't spoken to anyone who uses it firsthand. So it's like stuff that I've come across in my travels online, but I've never seen it actually used, or I've never seen it confirmed that it doesn't destroy a comic book. I hope that makes sense, what I just said. Donuts is possibly a fixative. That's a good question. Yeah, I'm not sure a fixative is going to prevent fading, but it will certainly prevent like things like charcoal, granular pencil drawings and stuff. It'll prevent smudging and stuff like that. Ange says thank you to Donuts. Donuts says you're welcome, Ange. Ange says, do you sell donuts or do you just like them? Donuts says, laughing his ass off. I just like them. I like The Simpsons more, though. I don't eat donuts every day. Simpsons, great. First 3 seasons are some of the best television ever made by man or beast. And congrats to them for going, 30 plus years now? Is it the longest running comedy show, or certainly animated show? All right, where was I? Let's color some of this area in. Yeah, I guess I'm not. I mean, I do drawings of characters kind of standing around looking majestic and heroic, but I like doing characters in action, especially this person. She's like an animal, channels animal powers and stuff. So my first thought was like it'd be cool to show her kind of leaping like an animal, like a cat of some kind, a great cat. Rather than just standing around like this. I mean, this could be anybody, right? But what does this character do that maybe other female or other superheroes don't do? You know, she probably doesn't jump. Superman probably doesn't jump around like this, you know. Superman, you don't see Superman necessarily in a spider-ish pose like that, you know. If you're just passing through, vote for your favorite sketch before you move on. There are no wrong answers. And it's something you can do for free. Just pop in, pop out, check out the sketches. Whoa, big difference between 60 and 80, huh? Let's go with a 70. That's a big difference, folks. Wow, that's a big difference between 60 and 70. Holy shit. Holy shit, Mom. Wow, that's a big difference between 60% gray and 70% gray. Wow, that's a huge difference. Only 10%. So this part of her abdomen is tucked under. So we want to use some deeper, darker shadow colors. We'll go even a little darker. Let's see that 8 one more time. As this kind of zipper or whatever tubing seams, whatever, turn under, you get darker. As her abs turn under, it gets darker. getting somewhere. I'm going to do some lipstick. I'm going to give her red nails. I don't think she's got red nails, but I feel like I want a little extra, some kind of red in there somewhere. And she got yellow or gold fingernails. I'm going to do red though. And she does have red lipstick. So I'm going to go with red nails to match her lipstick. Throw some red in these eyes too. Cool. Little extra touch there. A little more green in her eyes. A little too yellow. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to do some airbrush fun while I'm masking this off. It'll help me look at it a little more too. How do we do airbrush here? We're going to have to just paint over that, I think. Donut says, I do single image pen and pencil. I like more. I want to start adding more color to my work though. I did an Ultra Ego Vegeta a few months ago and completely destroyed it because I just started using Copic Prismacolor. Prismacolor I'm better with. And yes, first 3 seasons of Simpsons are the best. Love the early seasons. Yeah, the early seasons are crazy good. They're scary good. The substitute, Dustin Hoffman plays Lisa's substitute teacher. It's probably one of my favorite episodes of television of any kind. And I was telling Sonia, my wife, about that episode, and we've seen it together. She just doesn't remember it as well. She apparently wasn't as affected by it as I was, but but even just me telling her the plot of that story, I just started to get emotional. It's just so beautiful. Her writing was so beautiful. Ange says, Donuts, are you an artist? All right, let's dig out the cheap. What do they call it? The working man's masking. Working man and low budget mask. Low budget masking with Joe. Let's see. Damn, where's all my post-its? One second. Donuts is not like Joe Ainge, but yes, I do love to draw. I'm doing mostly cover art now, but that's not my full-time job. I have a marketing business. Upside is I get to still be creative in my field. Just sent you something I'm working on now, almost done. Just need to color the BG. Yeah, it's too bad we can't share pictures, right? We'd love to see what you're doing. Do you have an Instagram where you post samples of your work? I suppose if it's not cutting through paper, it's time to dump this razor blade, right? I followed you yesterday. My name is not Donuts on IG though. LOL. What is your name on Instagram? Or do you want to keep that private? Sorry if you wanted to be more private. Thank you for following me on Instagram. I'm almost at 3,000 followers. It only took, what, 10 years? I'm almost at 2,000 followers here, thanks to DA Comics, who rated me and had I had a big jump in followers here. I was looking to cross 1,900, and now I'm like 1,940 something. So thanks to DA Comics for helping me out with that. They rated me one day last week, I think it was. So it'd be awesome if I could crack 2,000 here on Whatnot, and then crack 3,000 on Instagram. That would be, I mean, marginally exciting. Maybe, probably more accurately, good for business. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd get excited about it, but it's good for business, right? Did anybody see Rob Liefeld? He was on eBay yesterday. eBay Live. So he's not exclusive to Whatnot. At the moment, I am exclusive to Whatnot just because I haven't gotten off my butt and gone on eBay Live or done. I've also been playing with the idea of doing like a Facebook or Instagram Live drawing. But Whatnot made it really easy to join up, so it's a fairly simple process. You just fill out the forms and then you connect to your PayPal account, right, Ange? Ange has an account here. Ange sells Vampirella comics for all of you guys out there who love Vampirella. Every one of his streams has Vampirella comics on it. So I'm busting Ange's chops, but I'm half right, right? Akid. So right now I'm masking off the areas that I'm planning to spray with airbrush. So I don't want any of Vixen's body to get painted over. So I'm going to do my best to block off with paper all of the space that I don't want paint to get on. It's called masking. And there's actually an official material that you use. It's like a film. And maybe it's easier to work with. I don't know. I've never worked with it. I just got an airbrush for the first time like a couple weeks ago. But I imagine it's pricey. This it's called Frisket. So this Frisket is like a clear plastic. It's got an adhesive side. You stick it down on the drawing and then you peel up. You kind of do the opposite of what I'm doing. You peel up the areas that you want to get painted, which is, yeah, the opposite of what I'm doing. Where I'm masking off the areas I don't want to get painted. Eh. It's mayhem in the house. MM says, Joe, are you live through though on IG? You should go live on there while you draw on here too. I don't know how to. Can you you can connect on IG from Whatnot? I have not been able to do that yet. I haven't even. I wasn't even aware that you could do that. I know that you can hook up on Facebook, but once again, there's some kind of technical issue that I can't immediately solve. So it relies on me setting time aside to try to figure out what the problem is. And I don't have a lot of time. I'm still working on trying to get my my iPad, which is an artist tool, to be able to scan high res. And right now, I haven't been able to do that. That's my priority because at the moment, my old computer shit the bed. My old scanner is now worthless because it doesn't connect to the iPad. And so I'm trying to find ways to be able to scan my artwork into the computer the same way I used to do. And right now, that's not working out for me. So that's my priority in my spare time, is to figure out how to scan high res. I should call my friend Mike. He knows everything. He's one of the guys that convinced me to buy an iPad. And right now, me and my iPad, we've got issues. We're not talking to each other very well. We have communication problems. Anybody interested in, if you buy something, you get COAs. They're available in the bin just for an extra $5. Happy to throw one in with any of the items you bought. Thank you in advance. Do some auctions a little later. Give you the opportunity. I'm going to Little Giant Old School Comic Show tomorrow and Saturday. So I'm going to bring a whole bunch of stuff. Some of which is in the bin. So you have an opportunity to snatch those items right out of Little Giant's hands. I gotta do a ROM drawing too. Maybe I'll do all my airbrushing at the same time. That's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll take care of ROM and then I'll do all my airbrushing at once. It's not a bad idea. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, because I pulled the wrong piece off. That's why. There we go. Okay. Oh, weird coincidence that that exact piece fits over his eye. Or her eye. Could be a female panther, of course. Of course. Okay, looking good. So I'm going to do a Romulus jam piece starter upper. Let's set this aside. If we can get 10 people in the room, I might break out my mental metal game. Look out, folks. Start giving stuff away. Hundreds of dollars worth of prizes on the line. So whoops. So everything is masked off. I'm going to do a gradient that travels from right to left, fading from a very light bluish, I'm thinking, or a violet, fading across to zip, to nothing. So this is the symbolic representation of the animal she's channeling. I think you can only do that through comics. Symbolic channeling of a character. All right, let me break down some ROM jam piece starter upper. 1 second, I'm going to grab some paper. I haven't worked large on this stream. I'll be right back. Romulus. What's going on in the chatter? Falcor in the house. Miss Mayhem in the house. Saying hello to Ange. Look at how tight the contest is. I can't sign off with a tie. We need a clear winner. So right now, 2 and 3 are tied. 1 is only 1 vote behind, and 4 is only 2 votes behind first place. So we got to have a clear winner today. Let's see. Falcor says, I saw Liefeld was trash talking Bendis on Facebook, saying he's not that good and his Ultimate Spidey run ripped off Stan and Steve. He's not wrong. Falcor 000. Gail Simone did a huge post defending him, saying how he made writers stars again and about how Brian Michael Bendis is one of the nicest guys in the industry. That's nice. Nice to hear. I remember buying, it was around the time the first Spider-Man movie, maybe? And Barnes and Noble had this omnibus edition. It had like at least the first 25 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man, maybe 50 issues. I mean, the book was this thick. And I read it and I was like, this is the first 8 issues of Stan Lee and Steve Ditko's Amazing Spider-Man. Like 50 issues of Bendis's Ultimate Spider-Man was so decompressed that it wasn't my thing. And I remember for me, which was a terrible violation, was the first issue of Ultimate Spider-Man didn't even have Spider-Man in it until the last page. And I'm like, I don't, for me, that's an error on so many levels. I don't know where to start. It's an editorial error. It's for me. It's a hubris. It's a mark of hubris on the writer's part that they assume that we will be reading your book for the next 5 to 25 issues, which I think is a terrible mistake, especially nowadays with the attention spans being microscopic. I just think I just think that's an error on so many levels. But to be fair, I haven't read, aside from Ultimate Spider-Man 50 issues. I don't remember reading anything else by Bendis. Maybe you guys can help me fill me in on what else he's done. I think I read a couple issues of Powers. New Avengers. Not my favorite Avengers comics. I read a few issues of that. The Disassembled storyline. I actually had a lot of problems with that. A lot of my problems with comics is probably my age. That I've read so many comics that when characters behave outside of my perceived image of who these characters are and their values, or my experience in reading so many comics has led me to form an image of my own of this character. And so when people like Bendis or Mark Miller, they write characters that I've got this concretized image of the character, and they start behaving in ways that don't jive with my image, it pulls me out of it and I lose interest. So I blame my lack of interest in some more modern comics on that the characters don't behave the same way that they did when I was reading them on the regular. So good for Gail to I guess I'm falling behind on the chat, and my chat on the laptop is seized up. So let me see if I can scroll backwards. So VIP Falcor once again starting the conversation, getting me yammering. Let's see. Gail says how he made writers stars again, and about how BMB is one of the nicest guys in the industry. Neither of those, although both of those are good things, neither of those talk about his writing. Liefeld, in my opinion, is full of himself, says Ainge, and that's for sure. I think the delivery of the critique is coming from someone who should not critique people. Let's see. Liefeld, in my opinion, is full of himself. Oh, that goes without saying. Let's see. Falcor says to Ainge, he's basically the living embodiment of that old man yells at clouds, Simpsons newspaper headline meme. Um, Donut says, thank you so much, Ainge. I've been trying to get back into it, and being surrounded by comics and artists in here, it's inspired me to get back into it. That's a high compliment. Thank you. He'll say nearly anything to cause controversy just so people don't forget he's still working. Yeah, I drew a lot of work on 18 by 24 Biggie pads, says Donuts. I would take it down to Staples and have them scan it. That might be the best way to do things nowadays for me. Falcor says, Joe, are you using the Post-its as painter's tape so you don't color in other areas? Yes. Never seen that done before. Pretty genius. Not genius. There's a tool that a lot of airbrush artists use called, it's called Frisket. It is a plastic film with an adhesive on one side, and you kind of stick the Frisket sheet over the image, and you cut away at the pieces that you want to paint. And so I'm doing the opposite of that, of poor man's Frisket, where I'm masking off the areas that I don't want to paint. So that's what that is. So I thank you for calling me a genius, but I don't think it's a genius thing. Ainge says to Donuts, that's the way to get better at it. Keep it up. We may be seeing you in here one day like Joe. Oh my God, I wish and hope so one day. My dad would be proud. He's an artist too. Mostly portrait art. It runs in my family. There you go. Hearts from Falcor. My dad is retiring, says Donuts, and needs some income. I should tell him to come in here and draw some portraits. That's not a bad idea. Have you been to any of Rod Ramos's streams in here? Rod is a good likeness guy. He did a picture of Tony Montana from Scarface sitting in a car in Miami. That looked really good. Miss Mayhem says, Donuts, we would like to see some of your work someday. See? We all got your back. Donuts. What a great crowd I have cultivated here. Daytona in the house. Joe can add you as co-host, and you can show everyone if you're comfortable doing that. Can I show pictures? That would definitely be a great way to make money. I would definitely suggest that to your dad, says Ainge. And Donut says, I would love that. Maybe in the future someday. I don't want to take away from the show. And Donut says, I'm a student compared to him, just learning from his techniques. In the words of Wayne and Garth, we're not worthy. Hogwash. Donut says it's tough. I like 2 and 3. Yeah, so do other people in the room. So far, 3 has pulled ahead. I can't believe it. Very cool. I consider the start of his run. Ultimate Spidey was supposed to be an updated version of original Spidey. There was a scene in first issue of Ultimate Spider-Man when Peter Parker is in the cafeteria at lunch and somebody, I think Flash Gordon, throws French fries at him. And that particular scene, I don't know, I connected to that scene probably because I had French fries thrown at me at lunch, but it was a key scene to illustrate how puny Parker was. But let me just suggest to you that scene, which was I don't know how many pages, that scene is this image right here in Amazing Fantasy 15. So the idea that you would need multiple pictures to get across an idea that can be told as in one. This is what I'm getting at when I talk about how brilliant this shit is. Comics are very valuable real estate. You want to get your point across like that instantly with a picture and maybe some words to enhance it. So here's what I'm talking about. I don't know how long that scene was that I was talking about, but here it is. He's visually separated from the crowd, and then they're basically making fun of him, um, ostracizing him, and then in the background is a symbolic image of who he is or who he will become by the end of the story. This is fucking, you want to talk about genius. This is genius. A single image that tells that much story. This is genius right here. I've got multiple versions of the first 25 issues of Amazing. I've got multiple versions of it, but this one I have floating around. It's like a Bible for me. It's just always in the drawer next to my table, always in the pile next to my table. It's always around. It doesn't get any better than this. I don't care what generation you're from. You can bust chops. Oh, look at what they're dressed like, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the fashions might need to get updated. Maybe some of the words are dated, but the storytelling is impeccable. Here's a kid, small guy in the city being overwhelmed by a spider web. This guy's life is changing in one picture. Oh, look at that spider. It looks like a stick figure. Oh yeah, but the image itself is timeless and is genius. His life has been overwhelmed. The size of that spider web in the frame. It dwarfs his figure. This is great comics. This is great shit. And find me an image like this in Ultimate Spider-Man, 50 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man that's better than this. Tirade over. Let's draw Rom. Catch up on the chat. Anything extra? No. Okay. Oh, there is extra. There's something wrong with my laptop. Hold on a second. Let me quit out of this. It's hard for me to read the chat on my phone. Okay, let's see. He also did Atlas/Jessica, Alias/Jessica Jones. Haven't read it. Jinx, Goldfish, Fortune and Glory, Secret Wars, Secret Invasion, and created Miles Morales. I know Miles co-created Miles Morales. Very respectful, Falcor. Let's see. I know Miles showed up towards the end of Ultimate, right? I haven't read any of those books, so this is explaining a lot. My lack of exposure to Brian Michael Bendis. Oh, I did read Superman. He went over and did some Superman. And apparently a billionaire woman bought the Daily Planet. And I thought that was a cool idea. And then there was another little idea where there's this group of criminals that they were getting together, and they were very disciplined with their dialogue, that they would never say anything, never mention Superman's name, because they knew that he could, his hearing is so superhuman that he's probably constantly scanning the city for crime, right? So if people say something or mention his name, it might set off a red flag in his mind, right? Because he's always listening. And I love that idea. I love that idea. Yeah, so the start of Ultimate was definitely updating retelling of where Stan and Steve started. Peter in high school. It grows into its own from there, though. I hope so. It didn't in the first 50 issues. I read the Barnes and Noble compilation. It was about this thick. I read it in a couple days and I returned it. I was like, I'm not going to read this again. Whereas this, I probably read this once every 2 or 3 days. Your mileage may vary, just like Gail Simone said. Pull me out a single issue of Ultimate Spider-Man that is one of your favorite comics of all time. I can do that with Amazing Fantasy 15 right out of the gate. This is one of the best comics ever made by Man or Beast. I would also say Amazing 20 is one of my favorite comics of all time. Amazing 25 is one of my new favorites of all time. And then the classic story, I totally agree with the classic story, 31, 32, 33. Amazing 31, 32, 33. One of my favorite comics ever made. So you got 6 issues in 3 years of some of the best comics ever made. Like I said, your mileage may vary. I've read 50 issues of Ultimate Spider-Man. I'm hard pressed, except for that scene that I told you about, to even remember them. And again, that may be because I've got a much longer history reading the character, and that Ultimate Spider-Man was probably not aimed at me. It was probably aimed at younger readers, newcomers, right? To kind of reset Spider-Man as a high school student instead of a grad student or a teacher or whatever, that kind of adult. The high school Peter Parker makes him more relatable to younger readers. I read a whole run of Green Lantern recently, and at one point he stops being a test pilot, and he becomes an insurance salesman. I'm not lying. Hal Jordan becomes an insurance salesman. And I'm like, who is this comic book for? Because I can't imagine a kid, a 10-year-old kid, who's exposed to Marvel comics or any other DC comic, reading about Hal Jordan being an insurance salesman. I was like, what? What were they thinking in giant headline letters? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What were they thinking to take Hal from, he was a test pilot, which is comparable at the time to being an astronaut. It's like this, listen, if you've seen the right stuff, uh, NASA tapped all these military test pilots to become astronauts. And so here's a guy who's next level from an astronaut, who actually becomes a space astronaut police officer by getting this ring. What would compel a writer to say, I'm going to make this guy an insurance salesman? I can't think of anything less exciting to be. I'm still scratching my head over that. But okay, enough. I got to draw Rob. The whole Ultimate line in the 2000s was supposed to be an updating the original stories for modern times. It was us 80s and 90s kids. Yes, it was for us 80s and 90s kids. I totally agree. And so you must have gotten into it, Falcor. That was your jam, right? Ultimates, where Captain America is kind of an asshole and he points at his A and he says, "Do you think this A stands for France?" Like that was your jam, right? I love and respect your opinion, but I gotta disagree. He didn't reinvent the wheel, but he and Bagley did something really special with Ultimate Spidey. LOL, I derailed Joe. Yes. Yes. So talk to us about your experience with Ultimates. Like, do you have a favorite storyline in any of the Ultimates? I've read Ultimates, the first series and the second one, and they were okay. Um, there was a sequence in one of the issues with Hawkeye, which was really, really good comics. I forget what issue it was, but Falcor, talk to us about your favorite issues of Ultimate Spider-Man or Ultimate anything. Let me find some ROM reference. Every generation has their thing. So it's not for me to judge. I respect everybody's opinions. Um, I'm sharing my experience. I would also say, again, this could be a generational thing. We were talking about the stories. I would also say the art on Ultimate, uh, a deep respect for Mark Bagley and his ability to to produce art on a monthly basis, it's really a phenomenal skill, and I'm jealous of it. But his art doesn't compare to the early Spider-Man artists. I mean, it's not even. Again, this may be a generational thing, but Steve Ditko and John Romita Sr. I mean, these are you guys. Talk me out of it. Talk me off the ledge here. I mean, you guys are all whatnot whippersnappers. So, what do you think of Steve Ditko's art? And what do you think of John Romita Sr.'s art? Is it like old? Does it look dated? Is it old school to you guys? Um, this is fascinating to me because I would have thought it would be undisputed that that somebody like Steve Ditko, or I could see how Ditko looks dated in his details, like the way people dressed, or how he draws, say, minorities or any people who aren't white. Um, but his storytelling is, and Ramita Senior can freaking draw anything, and it's beautiful. So talk me out of that, whatnot whippersnappers. Mill and Hitch run on Ultimate One was definitely their strongest. Got weaker after that. They based so much of the MCU on that first run. Oh yeah, it seemed intentional that the Ultimate stuff, especially, were designed to be storyboards for movie pitches. That before Marvel had their own studio, um, they were using the comics as storyboards. And so this kind of symbolism that I'm talking about, um, here it is. This kind of stuff, sound effects, things that make comic books great were ignored because the purpose was to create storyboards to pitch at movie companies. So you lose the heavy symbolism like this. You lose things like sound effects or thought balloons. Suddenly, these are not cool things because you're doing storyboards for movies instead of comic books. These are things that bother me greatly as a comic book fan. The choice clearly paid off. Now Marvel Comics is $1 billion industry, right? Because of the movies. So I'm not saying the choice was incorrect to do storyboards, but I am saying that you don't do good comics by doing storyboards. And so from a comic book gauge, or as Rob says, comic books. From a comic book gauge, these are not winning things for me. These are not winning traits. But from hey, we want to make billions of dollars and become a movie company, these are great ideas. I say comic books. Rob says comic books. I find that peculiar. You derailed me again, Falcor. I'll never get any work done with you in the room, starting all these conversations that get me all heated up. I'm still waiting on a single issue of Ultimate Spider-Man that I can jump on. If we're talking about greatest Spider-Man comics, greatest comic books ever made, comic books ever made, uh, Amazing Fantasy 15. Amazing Fantasy 15. Amazing Spider-Man 20. Amazing Spider-Man 25. Amazing Spider-Man 31 through 33. Amazing Spider-Man 39 and 40. Amazing Spider-Man 50 is one of the best drawn comic books I've ever seen in my life. Amazing Spider-Man 51 and 52 is part of the storyline, first Kingpin storyline. Amazing Spider-Man number 65. Escape Impossible. He just fought the 63 and 64 are contenders, but they're more Vulture focused. So the Blackie Drago steals the Vulture's costume / tech in issue 48 of Amazing Spider-Man. 45 and 46 are pretty great. Also, contenders. Sorry, 44 and 45. Contenders. So Blackie Drago steals Vulture's tech and becomes the new Vulture. And 63 and 64 are Adrian Toomes, the original Vulture, getting his revenge on Blackie. So there's two Vultures in the mix. Spidey, of course, has to jump in there and save the day. He gets injured, falls, and he gets basically brought to prison. He's unconscious after the fight with the Vultures. So Captain Stacy, Gwen's father, sees that he's injured and puts him in the prison hospital. I forget what you call that. I'm going blank on the name. Anyway, so Spidey is recovering in the prison hospital. Captain Stacy saves his identity, insists that no one take his mask off. So Spidey's in the prison hospital, and there's a prison break. And so it's basically just a single story about how Captain Stacy is taken hostage by prisoners. There's a prison break, and so Spidey kind of returns the favor. He saves Captain Stacy's life, and it's basically him picking off the prisoners one by one. It's just a very simple story, but it's fucking great. 65. 70, was it 73? No, 82. 82, single issue story with the Electro, where Spidey appears on a variety show like Johnny Carson or like Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel kind of a show. He appears on a variety show for an interview. And Electro shows up, of course, and he's got to clean his costume because he swung through this incinerator, and so his costume got filthy and smelly. He swung through the smoke. So for some reason, he's got no access to a laundromat. I'm not sure, but he has to go to the laundromat and have his costume cleaned, and he does it with a bag over his head. He's cleaning a Spider-Man costume in a public laundromat with a bag over his head. This is classic Peter Parker kind of shit. 82, 93, there's some logistic problems. Oh, not actually. 90, oh boy, here we go. 89, 90, 91, 92, and especially 93. Some logistic problems with 93, but 93 is a good old-fashioned Spidey romance story. 89 to 93. Then we go 96 to 98. 100. That's the first. These are great. I'm saying these are great comics, as in I think they're great. And this is just Amazing Spider-Man. What kind of batting average is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Let's skip that. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 out of 100 are like timeless great comics. That's 22%. That's 1 in 5. 1 in 5. That's a 220 batting average. 1 in 5. Every 5 times you got up to plate. I'm talking about great. Not just, oh, this is fun. I'm talking about these are timeless comics. That's like hitting a grand slam every 5 times you're at bat. Find me something comparable in modern comics. Modern as in the last 30 years, including my own. I'm going to shut up now and do some work. That was a fun exercise, though. So if you haven't read any of these issues, take a screen grab and chase them around and let me know what you think. You can certainly disagree. Okay, I'm catching up on the chat. Cap beating the snot out of Giant Man because he assaulted Wasp was a great moment. Yeah, that was cool. They made Giant Man's assault on Wasp so much more brutal than the original slap. Yes, they did. I think that was the point. I think of Miller's Avengers is that they were all like deeply flawed. These like the Ultimates were not heroic characters. I think that's the original intent. Like that was the intention. Like I'm going into this as if these are all flawed a-hole characters. And I mean you can do that, but you can do that. Go ahead and do it. But I don't know if that's going to make them better. Bendis did an issue or two where Spidey and Wolverine switched bodies, which is really memorable, funny, quick story. Can you pass me on the numbers if you get a chance? I'm seriously, I'd like to read this stuff. I'm a comics fan. I have no, much like science, I have no, I'm not married to any of my opinions. I'm happy to be proved wrong. Before Frank Miller came along to Daredevil, I would have said there was nobody who could compete with Gene Colan and Tom Palmer on Daredevil. As I grew up on Gene Colan and Tom Palmer on Daredevil, and I thought it was great looking stuff. But Miller changed my brain. That's a good way to describe it too. Miller changed my brain. He changed the way I saw comics. It's hard to beat Steve and Jack and J.R. Sr.'s work. It laid so much foundation on the art of visual storytelling in comics. Looking at them now, though, the art is much more detailed with coloring and shading. The original stuff seems flat and 2D when rereading. Falcor, Ainge says Falcor agrees with Falcor. And I would say that generally that's true, but I still think that there's a coloring language that was done in the old days, which is not being used today. Coloring language, i.e., where to bring focus, how to tell a story with mood, um, with simple graphics. If you look at the cover of Amazing Spider-Man 134, and then you compare it to the Marvel MCU swipe in the latest trailer, Spider-Man trailer, tell me which you like better. I know you whatnot whippersnappers, you probably like well, I'm not gonna say probably anything. I'll tell you what I like after you guys pipe in. Which do you like better, the cover of 134 with the tarantula, first tarantula, or do you like the image, the homage that was in the Spider-Man trailer? Which do you like better? Falcor says the original stuff had so many word balloons too. I feel like they convey more with images than text now. That is true. That I agree with. My 8-year-old was interested in Power Pack. He loves kid heroes. So we tried to reread from the beginning. He got bored because there's so much dialogue. You can overwrite comics. That's for sure. It's not the lack of action compared to modern comics. It's a lot of dialogue, thought bubbles, and narrator text box. It's very excellent critique. Style has evolved more to rely on visual art to tell stories now. This isn't just comics, though. Pacing in movies and TV have changed dramatically since the 60s and 70s, too. Falcor says, I must have watched the original Star Wars hundreds of times growing up, but it can be very slow at times compared to modern sci-fi movies. Now I've derailed myself at work, too. Body Swap was 66 and 67. Let me see if I can chase that down. Sometimes I agree that Star Wars, the first Star Wars, is slow, but I love that about Star Wars. It's the same with Lord of the Rings, where you really get to soak in what's going on. And so I can see how a modern youngster or someone um, who's getting sandblasted with visuals every 10 seconds might find Star Wars slow. But I actually watched Star Wars recently, like in the last couple of years or so, and I was amazed at how slow, how the pacing was so quiet. Um, but I loved that. I was like, I love this. How you just got to soak in, the tech and the characters. I thought it was great. I think the first Star Wars movie, I'm I'm surprised I'm saying this because it usually doesn't happen. But I think the more that I watch the first Star Wars movie, the more I like it. The more that I watch Empire, which I love, the less I like it. And by less, I mean by increments like 0.001, because I love, these are two of my favorite movies. But I think I love Star Wars because of the pacing. And of course, your mileage is welcome to vary. I welcome it. Falcor, you and your conversation starters. I think a lot of the Marvel comics are overwordy, and I blame Stan Lee for that. Also, I blame the readership. Um, I guess a lot of times the readership was probably much younger, and so a lot of the visuals may have needed to be explained back in the day. So a lot of times you'll see, Spider-Man uses his web to ensnare the scorpion or something like that. I got to say that a lot of modern comics, they could use a line like that every once in a while to help explain what's happening, because sometimes I can't tell what's going on. I was just reading a comic book. Was it Batman? I was just reading a comic book, and I couldn't tell what was happening. And it pulled me right out of the story. And it made me annoyed. I get annoyed when I can't figure out what's happening. I get annoyed and I lose interest. And a lot of times I'll put a book down. If you just piss me off because you can't tell a story well, I'll just drop the book altogether nowadays. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to use the men's room. Here we go. I'm going to use the lavatory. Where's my? I was playing a podcast.
Wait, it's on the bucket list. It's part of the plan. And your Empower investment accounts are
issue or two.
Be right back.
And I couldn't keep up with that one, so when they sequeled it up or moved to Nice House by the Sea, it's just something I wasn't picking up. So if it's good and I'm missing out, please let me know in the comments down below. And that goes for any title that we run by. If you're reading it, you think it's good, you think others should be checking it out, please, let's talk about it. Put it in the comments down below. That's what the whole point of this is. Not everybody knows everything here, so sometimes you might have a better gauge on something that you've checked out that others haven't checked out. And maybe you give them something that they're looking for that they didn't know that they were looking for. You know, you never know. With that said, only 2 covers on this one. You got an A and you got a B, so pick which one you like there. And remember, that B costs $1 more. So it's $3.99 versus $4.99 for that cardstock variant cover. And now, as we wrap up DC, we're going to go over to the April Drools Day variant. This was something I missed last week. I had it set aside. I just forgot to insert it into the deck. And that is our first book, which from last week, with Batman #8. Again, came out last week, just a reminder, but there was an April Drools Day variant, which is basically crypto for April. A silly crypto cover for the month of April. Nothing wrong with that. And these other covers go with it. So this was last week's. This week we got Emperor Aquaman giving us this one with Crypto stealing the trident. That's kind of fun. And I really like the colors on this Supergirl here with the pinks and yellows. It's very, very springtime, very Easter-esque. It's very bright and joyful. It's, I don't know, makes you smile. I don't know. If it doesn't, I don't know what to do. But this is a pretty cool cover for this set, April Drools Day. And that's it for DC. So from here, we will move on and check out what we have for Marvel for you for this week, and we got plenty. So from the Marvel side of things, we will first start off with Iron Man #4, which I feel like this just came out. Like, slow down. Like, come on, can't we get back to a monthly schedule? I do not like bi-monthly releases. I get it. Most people are like, oh, next issue, it's great to get it in your hands so quickly. Slow up. It's a lot of money for me to be paying $10 a month, basically to subscribe to Iron Man. Like, just relax. Give me 1 issue. Give me $5. I'm more comfortable with that. You start pushing me every 2 weeks, I can't keep up reading. I'm going to drop it quicker. I'm just saying. I don't know how it goes for everybody else, but Iron Man Disassembled #4. I'm about caught up on this one, I believe, though. That said, I think I'm about caught up, because I think I read issue 3 because I did it for Dollar Digging. But anyway, issue 4 coming out this week. We've got some more. Cover A. We got a hit. Cover B. We've got another one of those Ultimate Fallout, Ultimate Farewell books right there. And we got our Scotty Young connecting cover set, which is still rolling on with here at issue 4. So let's take a look at the rest of them. Here we go. And this is what we've got so far. I think this is it, too, for this set. So I don't think there's a #5. So that might be it for the connecting cover run. But there is another cover option here, which is Citizen V, who surprisingly pops up inside this book. And it's teased to not be Zemo. So... all right. Mystery continues, I guess. Unless this is something I missed and it was answered, but from what I gathered, we don't know yet. So, Citizen V coming back here. And we've got a 1 in 25 option as well. So, Null also coming out this week with issue 4. More symbiote stuff going on. I mean, we had Thanos show up before. I don't know where we're at now. Light Force Dimension. It's just a title that's just not really for me. But Cover A, we got a classified Cover B, which I'm going to show you because while it was marked classified on some sites, others just showed you straight up that there's apparently a symbiote wave coming. I don't know what that means, but we've got that and another cover option here before the 1 in 25, which is pretty creepy. This is a pretty creepy 1 in 25.
Falcor, you and me, I should have you on as a co-host. Have you checked out Hyde Street yet by Jeff Johns and Ivan Rice? It has a very Twilight Zone feel to it. I really enjoy it. I have not. I am looking for the Ghost. Was it Ghost Story? Ghost Machine? I am looking for the Ghost Machine books at my library. They don't seem to have them yet. So I haven't bought any issues, but I would like to read those. Donut says, I'm already derailed for the day. LOL. I know. Look, I haven't drawn anything. You're getting me all hot and bothered. get me all passionate. It can feel like a series of vignettes at times because each issue introduces a new monster or damned character. There are a couple that are overarching ones that support the long narrative. Falcor says, kind of like the first two seasons of X-Files, semi-monster of the week, but a low-lying, long arc. I love the red coat, said Daytona. Yeah, there's red coat. My friend Paul did some issues of Geiger. These are interesting ideas, but I haven't read anything yet. And so cool, it seems like it's ongoing, right? Like they've been at it for a few years now, right? So that's very cool. That we've got, multiple issues of a series. I broke this out. I've read this one. I would say this guy in the who's the colorist? I think Tomio Mori. This guy's fairly outstanding colorist. I wanted to show you a shot which I really liked. This one right here. I thought this was great. That you've got, this kind of winter sky coming down into a flaming sunset, and then Robin lit, in red. I think that's a gutsy call. It's not 100% realistic. The red light could be, sunset lighting, but the way you get a simple gradient in the back, and then you've got blues and grays in the middle ground, and then the red popping in front of this. But the red is also kind of symbolic, like this guy. This guy could be fucked. The failsafe robot could attempt to execute him. But I thought this was a great example of coloring. It's actually very simple coloring. There's not a lot of rendering at all. This is just a flat red on top of the gray tones that the artist did. This is a flat red, very simple. So I think he's a good example. And here's a good example of something that if it's not printed on the right paper, it just becomes a blob. And so I didn't see any comments in the chat as what your thoughts were. Amazing 134 cover versus the Amazing 134 homage in the Spider-Man trailer. Sometimes, well, I would say all of the time in comics, the simpler you can make something, the better. You could totally get me going on X-Files too. I remember scratching my head on X-Files. Like I loved the first season, but at the end of the first season, the skeptic Dana Scully, she sees proof of alien life, right? At the end of the first season. And then to keep going the rest of the series, like as the skeptic, I didn't understand that. I couldn't get around that. But I can talk about X-Files all day too. Let's get some work done today. is starting to cross over the characters. That's a cool idea. I've been meaning to pick up a trade of Redcoat for a while. Got to try to remember the next time. I just got some trades a few minutes ago. Daytona's on a spending spree. I'm excited to see Tarantula. He's always been a fun villain. I was there for the first Tarantula. I thought he was silly. What medium are there newer artists using? Oil paints? I'm wondering if it's airbrush or possible AI, generative art, or assisted AI. I don't know. Every artist is using different stuff. I wish I could remember that guy's name. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out how I can grab his name. Okay. Hold on a second. More of an illustrator than a comic book artist. We're talking about comic book art. Or as Rob Liefeld said, comic book. But maybe I should stick to the subject. And I'll find that guy's name and bring it to you another time. I'm still thinking that Sadie Sink being Jean Grey is a red herring. Pun intended. I'm thinking she may actually be Firestar. Makes more sense to me to have her as Firestar. She was introduced in Spidey. That's a good point. There's an artist on Sweet Deeves that does a lot of airbrushing. Zavala, something like that. Neat stuff. Yes, he's very good with airbrush. Martin Zavala. I met him at Colorado Springs Comic Con. Nice guy, very nice guy. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I can talk about this shit all day long, so you guys could be in trouble. X-Men. Sadie Sink. I don't know who Sadie Sink is, but the X-Men were the strangest teens of all. Remember early issues of the X-Men? No, you whatnot whippersnappers. You never read early issues of the X-Men. The theme of the X-Men was that it was a school equals young kids learning, educating, learning science, learning math, learning English, learning social studies. And oh, by the way, you shoot eye blasts out of your head. We're going to help you with that too. We're going to give you some classes for that. So if I had anything critical to say about the original X-Men movies, besides that X-Men 2 was a piece of shit, and X-Men 3, I don't even remember. If I had any critique about the original X-Men movie, it would be because they had kind of they did not focus on the school. And so if, in my opinion, of course, in my opinion, if they're going to bring the X-Men to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it should be a bunch of young kids. Peter Parker contemporaries. That's where I would go with it. And Wolverine doesn't really fit with that, does he? Uh-oh. There goes Wolverine from Joe's MCU, from the JCU. There goes Wolverine. Again, the Claremont Byrne run on X-Men are some of my favorite comics ever made. but they were all relatively adults. They weren't as young as the early issues of the X-Men. Especially Wolverine. Now we find out that Wolverine during those days was like over 100 years old, right? So I think that's why Kitty Pryde was introduced to the X-Men. I think that's why the New Mutants were created, because they started to get away from the crux, the main crux of what the X-Men was. They were students. And so I hope they'll go there. I mean, if the MCU's goal is to attract young viewers, 18 to 25, that's where they should go. Excuse me. That's where you would think they would go with the new X-Men. So is Sadie Sink young? Her name makes me imagine a young person. Airbrush artists are so damn impressive. I can barely use a can of spray paint, and here they are making masterpieces with no splatter. Falcor says the beginning of X2 was great. When they assaulted the school, went downhill from there. That's what people generally. Thank you, Falcor. We agree on this. Holy cow! And it's okay to disagree, by the way. Every single person who I've ever spoken to about X2 being a piece of shit is that they're like, oh no, it was great. That whole scene with Nightcrawler in the White House. And I was like, yeah, the scene with Nightcrawler in the White House was awesome. But the rest of the movie was not. So if they had just released X2 as a 6 to 10 minute sequence of Nightcrawler in the White House, I would have been like, yeah, man, one of my favorite short films of all time. But problem is, it wasn't. The things that happened, storytelling logic. Forget that they didn't follow the comics, but there was storytelling logic that they established in their own movie that they didn't follow. And then to confirm my opinion, just listen to the DVD extras of, I think it's the two writers of X2, who confirm my opinions in that they had no idea they were still writing the movie while it was being filmed. They had no idea how it was going to end. They were just kind of writing as they were filming as they were writing, or writing as they were filming. And so I'm like, yeah, man, I could tell. And there were probably some really expensive drugs going on as well, because you guys aren't paying attention. You don't qualify as writers, in my opinion. You qualify as people who hooked up with Bryan Singer and had a good party for millions of dollars at fan expense, movie production company expense. I know you whatnot whippersnappers. Well, I don't know, whatnot whippersnappers probably didn't even see the original X-Men movies. It's been so long ago now, right? You whatnot whippersnappers are like, who are the X-Men? Sadie is the redhead from Stranger Things 20s, but can still play mid-late teens. I've only seen the first 2 seasons of Stranger Things, so that's not a great reference for me. Sorry. Donut says, my dad did a huge mural in my room, Spider-Man, on the side of a building overlooking the city. Had to use a projector for that. Yeah, that's so cool. Your dad is awesome. I'm very excited for Alan Cumming back as Nightcrawler. I saw this one-man show a few months ago, and he's an absolute delight to watch. Oh, you've got muted words. I can guess what it is. Falcor got flagged for saying an actor's name. I guess I'll just have to spell his name wrong. Alan Cumming, or else I get red band, like when talking about Rich Tracy. Oh, algorithms. You're so silly and unintelligent. Let's see. Donuts says, that's epic. My sisters-in-law did a New York City skyline in daughter's room, and we then put up decals of Marvel heroes jumping, flying around on it. Oh, you guys are the best parents. I would love to be your child. So nice. What a great idea. Great idea. Both of them. Very cool ideas. Again, Alan Cumming, great in X2 as Nightcrawler, but following the JCU, he's way too old for Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler shouldn't be older than 21 years old. If we're reinventing the X-Men as the school. And Nightcrawler is a student in the school. They were all meant to be young, except apparently Wolverine. They were all meant to be. I think Peter Rasputin was 18 when he first joined the X-Men. Oh, we've got Colossus established in the Deadpool movie, don't we? Boo. I would love to see Teenage Mutant Colossus. And there again, I mean, my bias is showing, right? Because I grew up on Teenage Mutant Colossus, but wasn't he an arms dealer, a Russian arms dealer in Ultimate X-Men, something like that? So my bias is clearly showing, when I was exposed to X-Men characters. I think what I'll do is, I'm not sure how many artists Jason would want to contribute to this piece. So I'm going to keep it loosey-goosey. And Donuts agrees that is awesome. The city skyline is great. That was the weird thing for me too. Maybe your guys' experience may differ, but for me, New York City had this magical kind of quality when I was a child. I grew up in upstate New York. It was very quiet, very I wouldn't say rural, but very towny. Not a lot going on, and so the idea that there were these huge buildings and people could swing from them or throw monsters into them and stuff. That was a real attraction for me. It's probably the main reason why I went to art school in New York City was because of that kind of mystique that I grew up with. I just wanted to see what the big deal was about New York, and I really loved New York. It was a great town. It's very expensive. I got priced out of the city, but I enjoyed my time there very much. Falcor says on her 5th birthday, she told me she didn't like superheroes anymore and asked if we could redecorate. I was heartbroken. Yeah, I know. I'd be like, "Oh, come on! I love this. Can we just exchange rooms? I'll sleep in your room." Yeah, that's so cool though. Now she's into Harry Potter, so it's a lot of that stuff. Skyline is still there though, just without the hero decals. That's cool. I like the older movies. The new show will bring the younger audience back into Harry Potter for sure. She's 10 now, very excited for the new show. She's getting heavy into fantasy novels. Very cool. I grew up on Long Island, only 45 to 60 minutes from the city where I was. Where were you in Long Island? And Donut says, I wanted to go to SVA. Ended up going to CW Post, though. Where did you end up going, SVA or Parsons? I did 2 years at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, and 2 years I transferred, 2 years at SVA. My friend Mike is teaching at SVA now. It's so weird. It's hard for me to imagine being a teacher. I have taught, but I still feel like I have a lot to learn. I had Will Eisner, Pratt Institute. It was the early 80s when I'm at Pratt, so comics were generally frowned upon. And it was my goal in life, as you regular visitors know, my goal in life was to draw Spider-Man for Marvel Comics, or as Rob Liefeld would say, Marvel comic books. And so Pratt, although I learned a lot at Pratt, it was mainly fine art stuff, oil painting and stuff like that, fine art drawing. Um, I, I, it was kind of frowned upon, the comic thing. And so I had heard of a school called School of Visual Arts. And lo and behold, Will Eisner was a teacher there. He was an instructor. And so was Gene Colan, who was one of my favorite artists of all time. And um, so I transferred. I had to take a year off in between, but I transferred to SVA, and Colan had left. I don't know if he retired or he's just no longer teaching. So that was kind of disappointing because I fucking love Gene Colan's work. If you don't know who Gene Colan is, whippersnappers, go get it. Go get it. Gene Colan, one of the greatest superhero artists of all time. And another thing about these old school guys is that they could do this shit 2 or 3 books a month. So jealous. I have no skills. I'm just not as enlightened as these guys. It's crazy. They could do fucking 2 books a month, or at least 1 a month on the regular. But Colin had a regular gig on. He did substantial runs on Submariner, on Iron Man, on Daredevil. Daredevil is probably my favorite stuff he's ever done. On Daredevil, almost 70 issues on Tomb of Dracula, which is probably his most lauded work as Tomb of Dracula. It's him and Tom Palmer, which is fantastic. If you haven't read Tomb of Dracula, Marvel's Tomb of Dracula, Run, Don't Walk, to your nearest library or LCS and jump all over that Tomb of Dracula. So he was doing Tomb of Dracula probably at least 6 years, almost 6 years. And he was also on Howard the Duck. I liked him less on Howard the Duck, probably more because I didn't really like Howard the Duck as a character. It wasn't his art that was doing it. I guess I imagine in my kid fan brain that Howard the Duck should not look super realistic like Gene Colan draws. But I'm sure that was the intention, to show Howard the Duck, this cartoon animal, in a realistic world. I have to read Howard the Duck again because I haven't read it since I was a kid. So to give it its proper time, I should probably read it more recently than when I was 10. But I forgot what I was saying. Gene Colan. He was no longer a teacher at SVA when I got there, and I was, to my dismay, I really would love to have had him as a teacher. But I did have Joe Orlando, who was a giant in the industry. He brought Wrightson and Kaluta and Howard Chaykin to DC Comics. It's like the next wave of great modern artists in the 70s. He was also an artist at EC during all those horror comics that EC was producing. So he was one of my teachers. And that was kind of cool. I forgot what I was going to say. So yeah, I went to SVA. Eisner's lectures were inspirational. I'd walk out of a class that Eisner taught, and I'd be like, oh man, I want to draw everything now. He was only there every other week, every other Thursday, I believe, if I remember right. And then every other week in between was an artist named Andre LeBlanc. And Andre, at the time, was an artist on the Phantom newspaper strip, so no slouch there. Very sweet guy. But Eisner was, I think of Eisner as the Jimi Hendrix of comics, because they say there are things that Jimi Hendrix did in his recordings that no one can duplicate to this day. And so it is with Eisner. With the comic book medium, he used visual devices that nobody uses nowadays. When I was talking about the Ultimate Comics in the early 2000s, I mean, they were actively avoiding visual graphic devices that Eisner probably pioneered. There's nothing wrong with storyboards. They're important. They're an important way to convey information. for animators and for filmmakers and stuff, but there's so much more to comics than storyboards. Different language, in my opinion. I've done both. I've done storyboards for commercials and animation. I worked at MTV Animation for a couple of years. I worked on a couple episodes of Batman Beyond, the original series. When was that? Jesus, 2000. I worked for Nickelodeon. Did a lot of storyboard stuff, and that's why I'm more interested in comics than ever. Because at least in comics, you get your name out there. I think times are changing now since the 90s, where little by little, the artists behind the scenes on some of these popular animation shows are getting more attention. But at the time, the early 2000s, when I was working at animation, it was very rare that a storyboard artist could become a thing. A lot of the storyboard artists actually became comic book artists, like Darwin Cook, and he's probably the most famous of them all. But it's very rare that that a storyboard artist could generate a fan base, or that they would be well known outside of the industry. I wanted to go to SVA, ended up going to CW Post. Where did you end up going, SVA or Parsons? That's definitely heartbreaking. Falcor, says Donuts. I'm from Westchester, says Falcor. Spent a lot of time in Queens because my dad's fam is there. Would always imagine heroes flying around when driving on the highway. Yeah, for sure. I lived in Astoria for a while, Astoria, Queens, at the end of the N line, subway line. I grew up in Valley Stream. I don't know where that is. I was going to ask about Pratt. Pratt is awesome. Is Gene Colan on here? Where is the best place to follow? Gene Colan is passed away. But the best place to follow him is through his work. Go to the library and take out Tomb of Dracula. I liked him on Submariner. He did a few issues of Submariner. Daredevil and Tomb of Dracula are the best. He also did quite a run on Detective Comics, although I wasn't fond of his inker. And he did, in his later years, have a tendency to get loosey-goosey. And so if you don't have a good inker whose drafting skills are good, or who is more focused on faithfully following the pencils, as the inkers at DC did, you get less of a good stuff. But if you're a Batman fan, Gene Colan did, I think he did the first appearance of Killer Croc. I could be wrong about that. He had a significant run on Detective. But I would say my favorite stuff is Tomb of Dracula, hands down, and Daredevil, hands down. He started on Daredevil around issue 20, and then went all the way to issue 100, and then he came back. He came back around just before Frank Miller came on. I want to say somewhere around issue 140, and then went to 157. Yeah, love Gene Colan. Donut says, I started off in fine arts, but then the Google boom happened and I started transitioning into digital marketing. I miss my fine arts classes. I bet you make more money in digital marketing though. Falcor says, what shows did you work on at MTV? Remember Aeon Flux blowing my mind back when that came out. Yeah, I kind of came in after all those groundbreaking shows. I worked on a show called Head Trip, which was very bad. Got canceled after 3 episodes. I worked on a show called Spy Groove, which was very promising. The designer of the show, his name is Glenn Hansen. He's still around. I love his graphic style, but it didn't last long there. I worked on Daria, which was like a spin-off of Beavis and Butthead. Worked on another show called Downtown. A lot of these shows got canceled, and that was another thing that kind of made me feel like I was spinning my wheels. Like, not only was I busting my hump, but the shows weren't getting recognized for the most part. So I felt like the paychecks were getting smaller and smaller, and the workload was getting bigger and bigger, and the deadlines were getting tighter and tighter. So I just said, I think I'm done with this, and I focused more on commercial art. Let's see. Emma Donut says, "Oh no, okay, we'll check him out." Yeah, you whatnot whippersnappers, man. You don't know some of these old school guys. It's in your best interest to chase some of them down. I think you'll enjoy their work, especially if you're a comic book fan. Falcor said, my dad's family is from Astoria. No kidding. Couldn't even count the number of times my grandparents took me to the world famous Neptune Diner. We've been there many times. And that was our late night, after hours trying to pick up girls and failing diner to go to at night. I loved Frank Frazetta and Boris Vallejo. Boris, not so much a comic book artist, but Frank Frazetta, excellent comic book artist. I loved Daria, says Falcor. My condolences. Yeah, Daria was fun. It was a fun show. I liked the character Jane. I thought she was well designed. A lot of chatter today, not a lot of work getting done, but it's fun to talk. I can talk about this stuff all day long. There was another show at the time. I was at MTV called Celebrity Deathmatch. It was a claymation, stop motion kind of show. And that was like the perennial at the time. Like my friend Mike, who has his own book called Aowulf, which just came out. You can chase that down at your leisure. He wrote and illustrated his own series called Aowulf, and another one called Nico Bravo, Nico Bravo. Great comic book artist, a great friend of mine. He and I had a little bit of a parallel career for a while. We both worked at Valiant Comics, and he was there much longer than me. I went over to Marvel and DC and stuff like that. He was still working at Valiant at the time. And then the comics work started to dry up, so I started exploring commercial art and storyboards. And we both ended up at MTV at the same time. and he was doing storyboard work. I was doing storyboard work, and he landed the show. It was called Celebrity Deathmatch, which was about celebrities wrestling with each other. It was claymation, animation, stop motion kind of stuff. And so he did storyboards for that show. But that was like a long that was a popular show. It was long running, and every year it would get renewed and stuff like that. So he was probably there the same length of time I was, maybe even a little longer. But he was on one show the whole time, and I was skipping around doing other shows because the shows I was working on were getting canceled. So so I would see him at work, one time, and I'd be like, "You still on Deathmatch?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "What are you working on?" And I was working on a completely different show or commercial. I did a few commercials for them too. They had they had an animation. They had a sub. What would you call it? An offshoot of the animation department, which focused on commercials, doing animated commercials. So I did a bunch of that kind of stuff. Better money in it. Also paid better. Let's see. Yes, Daria was awesome. Was she loosely based on Janine Garofalo? Uh, my instinct was that she predated Janine Garofalo, but maybe not. I don't know. She certainly had that dry, sarcastic vibe about her, right? La 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 la. That's all I remember about the show is the theme song. It was very grunge, uh, very dry, sarcastic humor. That's what I always thought. LOL. Yeah, you probably could be right. I remember that show too. LOL. When Stone Cold was on it. Stone Cold Steve Austin was on Daria? Or was he on Deathmatch? Yeah, the Deathmatch show had all kinds of celebrities, like Keanu Reeves would be wrestling Leonardo DiCaprio, that kind of goofy shit like that, which is kind of fun. It's something that you could never see in reality. It's a fun idea. I've never seen a single episode from beginning to end, but I like the idea of it. And I have deep respect for people who can do stop motion stuff with the patience to do that, because I don't have it. I took an animation class at Pratt, and it really turned me off to just the workload for 6 seconds of actual footage. Just drove me crazy. My brain is kind of it's my brain is comics oriented, and more importantly, I just really like to do the layouts. I don't even like to do this kind of stuff. Like, once I break down the uh, the design of something, I'm kind of done with it. I don't want to work on it anymore. I want to move on to the next thing. So I think I'm best suited to be a writer for comics. I'd just like to. There's a writer named Mike Barron. There's probably other comic writers who do this too, but Mike Barron used to do his scripts in comic book form. Like they would be stick figures, broken down, and each panel would have the dialogue in it and stuff. And so sometimes I think that might be the best way for me to go. I just got to get some cash together to hire the creators, the artists and the colorists and stuff like that. I often think about there's a fundraising platform. I forget what it's called, but it's more for like businesses, to raise money, you become an investor in business. And I often think about doing that. Like maybe I could do, it's like Kickstarter, but for business. Like I often think I should try that and see if I can like raise some funds to start my own publishing company for real and like break out like four to six books a month. I think that would be cool. Like Ghost Machine, to do something small but steady. Right now, I'm just not producing enough for my own brain. Every day I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I got too much shit to do. And then I come up with another idea for a story or something. And it's like, first I got to finish this story. It's very frustrating for me. I think Robert Kirkman's got the great idea. Now that he's got Walking Dead money up the wazoo, he can hire like the best artists in the industry and get them to draw his comics. I think that's freaking that's my American dream right there, personally. To get Art Adams drawing one of your comics for you, or David Finch, or these giants. Didn't you have Todd McFarlane working on The Haunt? I mean, damn, good gig. Oh my God, Celebrity Deathmatch. That just unlocked some memories. Did you watch it? With all the 90s animation revivals, they should do one for Daria. Her in an office setting would be fantastic. 3 minutes to McFarlane. Okay, I'll say goodbye now. Donuts says no on Celebrity Deathmatch. LOL. Should we put McFarlane on in the background? He is live. He is live. The Todd Father has arrived. LOL. Yeah, we could simulcast it here on the stream. I'd like to see what he's selling. And watch the same two people bid against each other and spend thousands of dollars while others just watch. Others look on while the whales slug it out. I'm burning up my supply of Post-it notes here. The hell, man. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, I see. I didn't have to do that. No problem. No problemo. So we're going to do some airbrushing. I'm putting you on my computer and Todd on my phone. That's a good idea, Falcor. Falcor says, not like I'll be able to afford any of this stuff anyway. Get in those giveaways, says Daytona. Falcor says, I was fortunate enough to win the lottery to a Jim Lee and Todd signing at WonderCon a couple of years ago. Both gave me grief for being a Mets fan. Well, it's that Queens thing. He's playing Metal Madness. What? Mets fans deserve it. LOL Daytona. We lose enough. We don't need people to remind us. I hope there is some marvel in this auction. You won a World Series over Boston. Lifetime hard time. Looks like all spawn from what's in the shop. Only by luck. Bill Buckner lost that for them. Okay, now I think we're into sports talk now. So I'm going to tune into Toddy as well. I'm going to do some airbrushing. I'm going to do some airbrushing, and we'll all listen to Toddy and offer our commentary. Let's see. Switch to buying. He's probably got 20,000 people in his stream, right? Todd McFarlane, 2,000 people. That's it. What? Here we go.
Sounds that are there. So, do we have any?
Wow, it's just him.
I gotta say this. I'm gonna say this. I don't know why. Somebody just handed me a note, and I'm going to say it. Ready? Check show notes. Oh, check show notes. Oh, the notes of this show. Oh, I thought, I go, the funny store name. We're doing a shout out to Check Show Notes comic book shop. But check the show notes.
Okay.
For
I'm going to be.
Like, bid responsibly, no cancellation, no refunds. All
Oh, yeah. Basically all the rules and regulations of the whatnot sort of game.
How much did you make so far?
Again,
Oh, it just started. You made $270 on one comic
you're going to
book.
be writing some stuff down.
That's like 5 hours worth of work for me.
Information that's on there. So, what we might also do too. Did that auction ended? Okay, so that auction ended. Now we're going to number 2. All right. This is issue. Oh, this is one of the low run. Isn't this one of the low? Yeah. This is like 225, and this one came out when the election was coming up between Barack Obama.
When people were behind schedule, they'd order pizza in the conference room.
And the book went to print, like a few days before the election. So by the time it was going to get printed and get to the comic book stores, we didn't know who was going to be the president. So I don't know if you guys know, but there's 2 versions of this issue. One, it says at the top, Romney wins, because I didn't know. And the other one is in blue that says Obama wins. That was actually historically the right one. But I just go, I gotta do both versions, because I think there's something in this issue where somebody says something. We got to phone the president, and I didn't know what name to end up putting on it, so we just basically covered our bases. That's what this odd label at the top of it is. It's also one of the lower print runs. I liked the book at that point. I was writing it. Maybe it was a little too wordy. Shimon Kudransky was doing the artwork. I thought it was super cool. You guys who haven't been able to sort of see it should get your hands on some of the trade paperback, because I guess these books go kind of expensive. Like that one. How much did that one go for? $294. We're ending 94. Why not 94 and a half? 294 for that book. That shows you how hard they are to get. I mean, again, it comes with an autograph, so again, add that value. But I've heard that even those books raw are getting kind of expensive and hard to find. So, anyways, if you want a cheaper way of doing it, getting some of those books, there are trade paperbacks that include those hard to find issues that are in there.
Come on, Daytona, pick up one of these books, bud. Daytona.
Sort of tell me who
Buy it.
Drawing. I can draw almost any character, but and then we'll put it up for the auction. Maybe we'll do it in advance, so I actually have a little bit of reference in case you guys give me something super goofy. Oh man, where's all my man? I'll just shoot this one, but I have a bunch of these.
You want to do the first question?
We're gonna do the first question. As I'm drawing and as we're auctioning, we can do that. The plug here, Miss Warren.
What were the cartoons you watched when you were younger that had an influence on your life?
Shit. I watched. So the question is, what cartoons did I watch as a kid that had an influence? I was influenced by everything when I was 7 years old. What are you talking about? But I watch Saturday morning cartoons and everything all the time. But here are the ones like the Batman 66. That wasn't a cartoon, but at the beginning of it, in the credits there were like that one. But the cartoons were, shoot, I'm gonna age myself here. So you guys might have to go to Google and look some of that. Bullwinkle, Rocky and Bullwinkle. That was a big fave of mine. There's another show called Secret Squirrel. He was awesome, and he had his sidekick Morocco Mole. Morocco Mole and Secret Squirrel. They were awesome. As a matter of fact, for a while when we first started the internet, we had our first message board. That was my name, Secret Squirrel. And the bad guy in the Secret Squirrel, his name was Yellow Pinky. that was super cool, even though he was a big dude. Underdog, he was good. Basically, a lot of the Hanna-Barbera stuff. The Wacky Racers, I'd watch that.
Loved Wacky Races. Loved it.
Speed Racer, Kimba the White Lion. I mean, you look at it. If it was on TV, I watched it. Even at some point later on, Donny Osmond and his group, they did a cartoon of the Osmond brothers. They did one of the Jackson 5, like little Michael Jackson, the cartoon, doing all his stuff. So, and I know I'm Hercules. I used to like Hercules, so lots of cool stuff. So, book, you got another book coming up? Oh, we do.
Daytona. Get it.
So when we show it, don't think this is going to be a little bit of this kind of Wizard of Oz trick, where it's like, I'm going to be in color, because I'm going to be in Oz, but down below is going to be sort of the beginning of the Wizard of Oz, which can be black and white. So
I go after ASM 316 homage. That is one of the rare ones, right?
165. 165. How did I miss that? I was just gabbing. I didn't see it. Oh man. Oh, hold a sec. Yeah, let me see this.
I'm doing some airbrushing out on my balcony. So
my son was scouring through stuff. So not only did he find an old
talk amongst yourselves.
And it had an autograph, but I had signed it. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh man, it's backward. But I signed it way back in 1997 and shoved it in a box someplace. So that signature here is literally 30 years old. I signed this 30 years ago, put a date on it, put it in a box, and
what's in the box?
Today. Oh, not only that, but look at that. There's a little picture of little Todd in the Spawn movie. Look at that, looking sassy like a homeless bum. My wife will tell you that's sort of what I look like most of the day. So it wasn't really much of a stretch. All right, there you go.
Next question. Did you watch late night shows like Twilight Zone? If so, did they have a great effect?
Yeah, man, I watch way too much TV. This is it. Like old people go, man, these young whippersnappers, they're on their phones too much. If you had given me a phone and I could have watched TV on it, like, what are you talking? I would have never even taken a piss, let alone eat. Those two things would have gone out the door. I would have been on that thing 24 hours a day, right? So, but I was on TV, but there were a couple of them. What was the one you said? Twilight Zone? Yeah, killed that one. Night Gallery, which was sort of kind of the same thing, and then The Outer Limits. All three of those were like anthology shows that all had, I thought, cool stuff. And that you could get, depending on the show, they were like, I think 3.5 hours. Each one was 10 minutes long or something like that. Or maybe they were 20 minutes long and it was an hour. I don't quite remember, but all of them. Rod Serling coming on at Night Gallery, right? I'll tell you what the influence was. That Rod Serling coming on at the beginning of Night Gallery and showing the painting and then going into the story was a little bit of why we did the intro to the Spawn HBO, me coming in and introducing it. I just going, oh man, maybe I could just be a young Rod Serling on my own show because I thought it was super cool. But that, yeah, I used to watch all of them. They're all good. They're all, again, was every single episode awesome? No. But was I addicted to all of it? Of course. Did I need glasses pretty soon? Because I watched it way too much. So, we're going for a surprise item. Okay, so let me tell you, these are just things, like I said, that are just random. That are just like, oh, that's been hanging around here for a while. We should do it. So, here's our first surprise one. This is a set of, and I'll give them over to Jake so it won't be backward. But it's a chromium set of cards. It's not backwards. Oh, it's a chromium set of cards, but it's still sealed. It's still in the cellophane. We did these like in the first few years that we started Image Comics. Let me see if I can even find a date on here. 1997. So this was, I guess longer. So about four years into Image comic books when Spawn was out there. I think there's 50. There's 50 cards. That's what it is.
Yeah,
the
it's
cover.
the cover.
Oh man, I should know what it was. So it's a chromium cover of the first 50 issues. That's why it was 4 years old, because it took 4 or 5 years to get up to issue 50. But it's still wrapped on it, and I don't know if you're gonna open it up or not. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my pen here, a demo, and I'm gonna put an autograph. I'm gonna check the pen I got. You think I should put it on the back or on the front?
If I was going to display it on my shelf, I wouldn't display the back.
So Jake wouldn't display it. He'd probably put it on the side, he said. So, okay, I'll put it on the front then, Jake. Oh, the Chad. Who is Chad? What? Chads are everywhere. All right, let me put a signature on it. Unopened, so 97. So this is 30. This is an item that's 30 years old. $30-year-old, still sealed in a box. Chromium. The auction is now live. It's alive. They said in the Frankenstein movie. Right? So here we go. It's right now. I'm going to show you the back that I didn't put an autograph on because all you guys didn't like that. So I listened to you. I don't know when I did that. And we get the nice signature on that box. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. Watch this. Because I know you guys aren't going to display it on the back, but we're still going to put something on the back. Watch this. And I'm going to draw something on the back. So I'm going to put a remark or whatever you guys call it on the back. And it'd be, you guys know the skull that's in the middle of the Spawn logo in the A.
Did he sell anything yet?
Kablamo. Kablamo. So you can display at the front. You can display it in the back. I just wouldn't do anything under the bottom because there's not much there.
Here come the whales.
Front or back, you'll have something. I even put my initials next to it.
Here
TM,
come the
so it's almost like
whales.
trademark, but it's also Todd McFarlane. So boom, done. Boom, done. So you get 1, 2, unopened, 30-year-old chromium pack. Is this item still going or we're done? We're done. Surprise item, gone.
Say the winner's name above the surprise item.
Ukuli. Ukuli? Or Ukuli? Or U-K-U-L-I? Man, why your name can't just be Fred? Oh, hold on a second. That's how much he paid for it? Oh, man. Euclid, thank you, dude. But don't tell your mom because she'll kill you, right? So are you using her credit card? If you are, you're in trouble. So, all right, that goes to him. Drawing in the front and the back. Let's put this away. Keep it careful. Thank you. All right, now we're back to some more covers. As I begin my drawing.
I'll get you another question.
Oh, we get another question.
What was one of the major influences that started your love for baseball and not other sports like basketball or hockey?
Ah! What is the major influence and why I like baseball over the other sports? Easy. A mirror. A mirror. I looked in the mirror. I was a little skinny Todd McFarlane. I looked in the mirror and I went, fuck, I'm not 7 feet tall. Can't do that basketball thing. And then I went, oh, I know. Football. No, I don't have a thick neck and I'm not 300 pounds. Can't do it. Hockey. I was in California. My dad forgot to teach us how to skate good, even though my dad skated in old-timer hockey till he was 80. Okay, there's 4 major sports. There's only one sport. Today, it's not true, but back then it was true, where you could have an average body and still play. There were guys in the major leagues that were 165 pounds that were playing in the major league. Hank Aaron, the home run king up until recently, at his best was 180 pounds. He just had quick hand and could hit a fastball and anything that came across the plate hard. So when you're average, you don't look for the tall sports and you don't look for the thick sports. Look for the other. Now, again, let me just say, in high school, I played them all. I played point guard in high school, and I was the quarterback of our football team. So I played them. I just knew, though, that when I went to college, my body wasn't built for those other two at any kind of high level. So, baseball, here we go. And I still play today with 30-year-olds. Shame on 30-year-olds letting a 60-year-old man play with them.
What position do you bat?
What position do I bat? Oh, man. Well, I'm the manager. I put myself down because I think I should be batting leadoff, but I don't want to show the kids up. So I play favorites and I put my son at leadoff. He's not bad. But I played center field my whole life. But you know who plays center field now? A lot of time? My son. And here's the thing. It's kind of disappointing and fun at the same time. I'm proud of him that he's playing center field. I'm pissed off at him. He took my position away. So there's a little bit of a love-hate relationship going on. And every time he messes up in the outfield, I always go, man, I should have been there. It have been me. But we have a good time every Sunday. We play baseball, hardball, not softball, hardball, and we go at it. So, all right, what do we have next? This is issue 367, cover B. Now, again, can't say that this is anything super special, right? There's nothing super special with this, other than it's got a sassy autograph, and it's the beginning of the series where a couple of the giants from hell have come. One was sent by Queen Nix, and the other one recently is the return of Malbolgia. So, but AF, that means like sometimes read like S. Chechong 06 won that. So AF Chechong 06 won. Thanks for coming in. Variant cover, signature. You're a good man. All right, let me get back to what I'm doing here. Maybe they might have everything in life doesn't have to influence you. You can just enjoy it, right? Like Taco Bell didn't have to influence my life. I just like it.
What were the tools / mediums you used early on as an artist, and how has that evolved?
So they're asking what tools I used. At the beginning, I was just a penciler. And I started with a pencil, but very quickly, I don't even know if I have one here. I used a blue non-repro pencil. Well, blue. And the reason I use blue is because whenever you're done, I went to the blue when I started inking my own stuff, because at the end of, when you're done inking the page, you have to erase it. And as silly as it is, it takes about 15 or 20 minutes to erase a page really good. So if you were late for a deadline and you had 2 or 3 pages, that could take like almost an hour just to erase them really good, which is why later on I ended up going and getting assistants so they could help me with some of that stuff. But if you had a non-repro blue pencil, you didn't have to erase it. That's why I used it. If you see some of my original artwork out in the wild on paper, take a look. And I'm guessing that the majority of it has got still the blue on there, because I didn't want to have to erase my pages at the end. I just need to get them in the mail. So inking wise, I began using Proquote. I never used the brush, but I used the wrong one at the beginning, and I used it for like a who's who of DC. But I used it on the very first job I ever inked, which was the 4th part of the Batman Year 2 series in Detective Comics. I never used that pen ever again. I thought it was too fat and too clunky. So somebody just got themselves a nice Angel. Oh yeah, Angel. Oh, that was a Virgin cover. Yeah. So that one show back up here. This one's a nice one. Whoever got this one here, Daz Universe. Okay, DA's Universe, Daz Universe got it. But this was a Virgin, which is a cool book. I think this thing looks really good. But
okay.
Somebody asked me, do I have McGuire's home run ball? I got the top 3 home run balls in the history of Major League Baseball. On 73, McGuire 70, and Sammy Sosa 66. Look in the rule book. go say, hey, what are the top 3 home run? I own all 3 of them. But this one's nice with the Virgin because I was able to put like a nice big silver autograph on there. So good one on you. You got a nice book there that will show really well if you decide you're gonna frame it or something.
What was your favorite car growing up?
Oh man, guys and gals, this is a whole topic. What car? Here, when I was a kid, there were so many cool cars, right? I was a kid of the early 70s. Everything had a Hemi engine and everything was cool. And I remember, let me just list them and then I'll tell you a little story. The Cuda, the Charger, the Challenger, the Demon, the Duster, the Nova, the Gran Torino, the GTO, the Le Mans. Like, what are you talking about? You go the Mustang, the Cougar. Like, I could go on and on. There were about 30 cars I would have taken home at any time going, wow. When I was a kid, when I grow up, I want that car. And now, I remember I was talking to a big executive at Ford Motor Company, and I go, dude, you're getting your lunch eaten by other companies because you don't make cool cars. And all those were American cars. And you're getting your I remember talking to a guy at Ford, and I go, okay, other than the Mustang a little bit, forget Ford. What American cars would I buy that I could drive at the age of 18 to my high school and get laid that weekend? Right? There was only 3. The Mustang, maybe. The Viper, you can't even afford the Viper at that point. And the Corvette, it was expensive. I go, you think somebody buying a Ford Horse and is getting laid? Not happening, dude. Not happening. So, I don't know. They took the eye off the car and they let the foreign car makers that make them awesome. They make awesome cars. But are they as cool as those old ones? No. The Charger Chimp, the Cuda, and the Charger and the Challenger.
I always said that when I bought my Prius. I bought the Prius on principle. I bought the Prius on principle because I promised myself my first car would be a hybrid or electric. And I was like, if Toyota wanted to sell electric cars, you should make them look sexy. The Prius looks like every other car on the road. It can 100% plebeian style, just really just like a non-style vehicle. I was like, look, if you just make it look like a Jag, you'll sell 1 million electric cars. Okay, onward.
Man,
I agree with Todd.
that's actually a pretty good one. You know what? I don't know.
Daytona, you got red flagged.
But what we could do is I could make some pretty good facsimiles of them and autograph, sort of like doing like artist proof. I could do, hey, here's my artist proof of getting rejected saying you're a schmuck, Todd. We could do, Jake's got his hands. We're going for another Todd surprise. Oh, we just got my box. I'm just going to go reach in the box. We're going to find something. It'd be a surprise. Okay, let's see what we have here. We got goofy stuff. All right. That's one item?
Well, I'm way behind on the chat. Let me do the chat before I move on to my space stars. Let's see.
All right, let's see. Let's go this one. This one's the oddball one.
Ugh. My laptop's shit in the bed today. It's hard to scroll backwards on my chat. I was using my CLZ app to see what Todd and Jim stuff I had for the signing. Found a random Spidey issue attributed to both of them. Wow. I wonder if you get a COA with these books. The prices are wild, LOL. It's just begun. Wait till the whales start working up a lather. Printed credits didn't list Jim though, just said inked by Todd and Friends, LOL. I bought it and asked them about it. They had this huge smile and told me back in the day at the Marvel Bullpen, LMAO. Check show notes, LOL. When people were behind schedule, they'd order pizza in the conference room and just pass around pages to ink, so they were all working with each other, often with no credit. Yeah, that happens a lot in the history of comics where studio buddies help each other out. It's kind of a cool feature. Jim pointed out the bushes he inked in that issue. This one is going to be expensive, said Daytona. It was a cute little anecdote. Was only supposed to get one signature each, but they reminisced so much they ended up signing two. They lost track of how many signatures they gave you because they forgot. Yeah, they already signed one each. Nice job. Nice job. Get your money's worth, Falcor. Daytona said it's Spawn. They're in my price range. Look at Daytona. Give it time. Let the whales warm up, buddy. And then you start swimming with the whales. He has some homage spawns coming up. I definitely see a cover I may want to place my bid on. I'd go after ASM 316 homage, says Daytona. His 372 looks great. He signed my ASM 306, which is Action Comics 1 homage. I'd love to see some Marvel other than Spider-Man. What other work is there? Hulk? Cool. Daytona said he recently signed my SM 300 and 3 Spider-Man 1s. Crap, I'm out at 370. What'd I miss? I thought I had that. That was for the black and white. Still have color. That's the one I wanted. Sorry about that, Donuts. That sucks. I spent a lot with Joe yesterday. LOL. Did I take some of today's money from you? Sorry. Well, worth it. I have a published double Spidey Splash OA from Joe, one of my prized possessions. Falcor has a big money Joe piece. That is a true fact. I almost won, said Donuts. Guy beat me by $20. You just got to stay in it, man, till what do you call it? Ride or die. Damn Pokemon money. That Spawn 372 is payment pending. There is hope. Where do you see that? Looking over sold shows, it was payment pending. That sold was a reasonable price. Welcome to the McFarlane Watch stream. I like Todd, but it's the Joe St. Pierre show. We want Joe. We want Joe. We want Joe. Thank you, Ange. Share this show with Todd. That's an idea. Daytona. We want Joe. We want Joe. We want Joe. Todd must go. Todd must go. Ange, special treat in your next package. I did two at one point. Hulk, G.I. Joe, he did G.I. Joe? He did X Factor? Toddy did X Factor? New Mutants? What? I'm not just saying this. I love the pieces I bought from you. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Get a screen grab of that one. Your stuff is more my style. Did a donation signing for the victims of the Eaton fire a couple of years ago. $20 each. Raised $25K. That's what you do with your celebrity. Very nice, Todd.
Yeah, I don't know if I can tell. Anyway, maybe that'd be part two. We'll do it. Todd's camping. Todd's camping. So, okay. What else we got?
This is a loaded one.
Oh, it's loaded.
Star Wars or Star Trek?
Oh, man. You know,
You can have both.
man, I'm old man. I'm an old man, and I didn't really follow this Star Wars stuff. And I got older like I should have, but when I was a kid, seeing young William Shatner walk by what looked like, in hindsight, now that I know it, styrofoam boulders, right? Like, that were spray painted. Like, when I bought into it when I was 8, I was like going, perfect. Oh man, I can do it. Spock, that move right there, when you're a kid, you know how long it took when I was a kid? Look, I can do it easy now. But when I was a kid, it wouldn't go. It was like all mung fing, right? That means mangled fingers. That's what we call mangled fingers, mung fing. But now I can do that. When he did that, I just go, shoot, dude. Like, that was it. So, yes, did Star Wars take it up 12 notches past it? Of course they did, right? But once you've sort of had your first kiss, you never forget your first kiss. And that was Star Trek.
Well said.
Anyways, that was it. And that, oh, by the way, that green lady, who also happened to be Batgirl.
No. Oh, the green lady. Yeah, he's talking about a different.
My first crush when I was a kid. It was like, oh, you look good.
I want green ladies.
What were the comics that led?
That was the beginning of my attraction to green ladies.
I didn't. That's a weird question. I know the easy answer is. I think they're probably asking about like superheroes. I didn't buy comic books when I was a kid.
What?
Collected some bubblegum cards. Watched a lot of cartoons. So the and then
That's all I bought.
Even things like the Far Side and Herman. If you guys don't know what Herman is, you guys should go take a look at it. It's awesome. Calvin and Hobbes. But when I was a kid, yeah, no, I in all honesty, the only time I ever had comic books, we didn't even read Archie comics. The only time we had comic books in our presence was I had a brother a year younger and a brother a year older. And whenever we went on a road trip, Mom, Dad, they'd stop at like 7-Eleven. They'd go in, they'd get like a handful of chocolate bars and potato chips, and they would buy a couple comic books, right?
He says comic books too. What's that all about?
Throw the candy bars behind and to us, the three boys, and then they throw the potato chips, and then they throw the comic books, and they go, "Now shut
What's
up."
this comic book stuff?
So we would read the comic book. Here's what I do remember. I don't even know what issue. Could have been 10 different issues. I do remember at some point having a Fantastic Four comic book when I was super young, and this shot of the thing, and he said, "It's clobbering time." And I was like, "Oh man, that's the coolest thing ever." So, all the Fantastic Four is the thing my favorite, of course, is. And then there was he had bought me one time, and I don't know why I remembered it, was Kazar and Daredevil in the Savage Land. I don't know if it was an annual or what. And somehow they were brothers or half brothers or something weird. So, but oh yeah, is this one coming? Oh yeah. So we've got this bookie that's there is from time to time I make books just for my employees. So this is a rare book, super rare book. But I keep a couple extras just in case somebody lost theirs or got wrecked or whatever. So I'd have it off to the side. So I guess going through the warehouse, Jake and his good people found a couple of those copies.
He's going to be here all day. Is he planning on selling a lot of stuff?
Every one of these books that I've done for my employees, I signed it to them. So there's only one stipulation: if you buy this book, whoever buys this book, I have to dedicate it to you. So I need your name, and I have to dedicate it to you because I don't want there to be only one unsigned book out there. So I can't have that. So every book has to be signed by somebody. So anyway, and I'll just say you're a temp worker that day. Don't worry about it. Do we have a winner already? Oh, it's Colin.
Gotta get that disclaimer out of the way.
Come on, Daytona. Jump on that.
Yeah, I gotta sign your name.
Jump on it, Daytona.
That's a good thing or a bad thing?
Big show. I remember him from the last time.
Condition
or her.
Find some of the stuff. I go, Jake, we can only do that if this happens or that happens. So.
Here come the whales. Here come the whales.
No, it like there may only be. I know for a fact there's less than 100 of these in existence. So like it's again when I say hard to find book, not hard like the other ones. It's I only made enough for the number of employees I had at any given time, and at that point, I would have probably had about 86, 87 employees or something. So maybe there's, but for sure there's less than 100 of them. That one you can take that one to the bank. So, and then because if they sent me any more, sometimes the printer would make a mistake and they sent me more, I would tear them up and rip them. I should probably do a whole video thing of all the books I've torn up. Yeah, we just do a tear up session, right? Like I should just invite every one of you to each come take these books that are worth hundreds of dollars and rip them up and have a heart attack, and then the next big person could go on. So, but Loston, good one, Loston or Austin. You know what I got? I noticed upstairs too. I've got some of these Spider-Man cards for some of our toys.
What did that book go for?
They sent them to me. I was supposed to sign them and do it, and I was in the middle of a move. I moved from Arizona 30 years here to California, and remind me to put Spider-Man.
$48.50 for that employee edition book. Nice.
Always feel bad when people spend too much money. It's too much money.
You want a dedication required on the card covers?
Okay, here we go.
I don't believe I signed those. I don't know if you guys can hear, but they're asking me whether we can do that for the hard covers. I don't believe I signed those to people. I think I did an autograph. So obviously there's an autograph in it. So what I'm trying to prevent is the stuff that I gave to the employees. I don't want somebody to have something that's unique that the employees didn't have a chance at. So, but I'm pretty sure that there was no personalizing those ones at that point.
What was the best year for music before 1985?
What was the best year for music? You know, it's weird. I wasn't really into music. I listen to music all the time, right? And here's the thing. And again, like, people ask me questions and I never answer them. I just go off on a tangent. So I'm gonna go off on another tangent. I actually had an iPod way before anybody had an iPod, and people who are old enough don't even know how this works. I would record. I'd get a tape recorder, the old-fashioned tape recorder with the little cassette tapes in it, and you'd put it in, and then you'd hit record and pause, or record and play, and then you could hit pause, and it would basically just hold. And then if you hit another button, it would start to record. And so I would literally sit, lay by the radio until it was a song that I liked, and when it was a song that I liked, then I would hit the button and I would get it. And then I would pause it again, and then I'd wait for another song. So I literally was making playlists when I was 8, 9, 10 years old. And then the best day of the year, and again, there have got to be people out there that sort of did the same thing I did, was New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, Casey Kasem or Wolfman Jack, either one of them, would play the top 100 songs of the year. And I would literally be sitting in my room listening to all 100 of those songs. And when it was the songs I wanted, then I would hit the play. And here's the thing, back then, when you used to listen to the radio, before they played a song, that's my dog barking at
$490 for Spawn 244.
But on New Year's Eve,
oh, what's going on here?
Coming up next,
we got a little screw up there.
On the playlist, top 100, and they would give the band or the singer and the name of the title. So I actually knew which one was coming, and I could do it.
I can start to see why Frisket might be more valuable to use, because you've got some airbrush tucked under the post-it.
So I'm telling you guys, we invented, us young kids, old people, we invented like iPod playlist a long time. I'm talking like 1970, 71, 72. Like we're going way back in the time machine. So, anyways, and then here's what I guess you can do it today. I guess you can just do it on your computer. I would go back and I would write down all the words. And so this is how I would train myself to know the lyrics of those songs. So I know every word to a bunch of songs that you've never heard of. Right? It Never Rains in Southern California. Know every word. Tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree. Know every word. So don't worry about it. We got lots of them.
Do you have a certain cartoon character you would like to draw over and over again when you were younger to practice drawing?
No. I don't know if you can hear the question. The question is, I think the speaker's like right here. So when you do it, you can do it louder when you're talking. So, I don't know. Also, let's go to the audience. When Lauren's talking and asking me the questions, can you guys hear it before I repeat it? Is there any way for them to say yes or no? You can hear her with her. She's not doing it very loud, so she actually like try to speak apart. You hear that too? Oh man. So, or Jake Shark over there. Oh man. Oh yeah. Like, hey guys, you guys know how to do it? Yeah, you can do it. Look, I'm gonna teach you two things. One, I don't know. This is hard to go. You go like this. One here, a little bit of a turn. It's really the fat of your hands right here. It's not up high your fingers. It's the beef right here and right here. And if you don't get it, it doesn't work. Sometimes if you let it, but if you wet it, it sounds really squishy, almost diarrhea like. Oh yeah. But anyways, it took me about a month of practice when I was probably in the third grade of just doing it over and over and over. And I eventually got really good at it. We did it. The other one too that you guys could try to teach people is how to do the bagpipes. You guys don't even know what a bagpipe is, but Scottish bagpipes without the bagpipe. So it goes something like this. You hold your nose, you get a high pitch, and then you hit your throat. And you can do the bagpipes. You don't have to spend a lot of money on the bagpipes because it's expensive on eBay, right? So we'll do it real quick. I'll show you, right? Go something like this. Grab the nose, high pitch, and then hit the Adam's apple. After a while, it hurts. But right here, it goes like this.
Don't ask me to do that on my stream.
That's it. So, you guys want to do a party trick? That's it. Go play the bagpipes for everybody at the next party. It's a good one. All right, what do we got?
What pieces of media? Oh, wait. No, we're doing a Todd surprise item.
Oh, Todd surprise item? Oh, man. Nobody's going to buy my comic books. They're only waiting for the surprise item. Shoot, man.
He sold the banners from his SDCC booth on here a few years ago. Went for big money. I tried 500, wasn't enough. Joe, have you ever seen the street artists in New York City that spray paint space and with simple tools and techniques to do it? I have, but I'm not sure exactly who you're referring to. The paint splashes just reminded me of that. I got swallowed.
MegaCon. I haven't been there for 20 years.
We're here for you, bud. We're here for you when you take your smashes from the whales.
But my wife and I went, so you get the badge, and then I always keep them. She always makes fun of me. Why do you keep your lanyard? And I go, because someday I'm going to sign them, give them away, because they're kind of cool. Right? You can be the guest. You get your little.
Why is this one so expensive? Is it a key, Virgin Plus key? Issue was only for his employees. Okay. He wants to sign it to you, so there isn't one out there. 48.50, boss. HS. No red flag on it. HS. You know, I like some of this really light. It looks kinetic. I'm going to keep it. This, however, I don't like. I'm going to white that out.
No, I got this one here. Good. Yeah, I need one of those printed out. Can I have your pen?
372 still pending. Does that mean if it doesn't go through, it goes to the second highest bidder? He told the story that early on he traded OA for hockey cards. It was one of his really big Spidey covers. Nice. Apologize to his kids for it because the resale value would have paid for a couple semesters of their college. No, it will be put back up for auction. They just canceled the sale and move on. Okay. Not sure if I'll win the ASM 316 homage at this rate. Come on, Daytona. Well, Daytona just blew some cash on a CGC card or comic. So he might be drained. It's coming up. Daytona. Good luck. You got this. Superman homage is up. Joe, the bar has been risen. As far as what? You need to work on your show act. I know you need me to do bagpipes. I usually get my badges signed. I usually throw my badges in the can. But actually recently I kept my last one because I want to reuse the lanyard. I'm sick of throwing away lanyards from shows. I'm gonna reuse my lanyards from now on. Thank you very much. Let's hear what Todd's got to say. He's got a puppy. How much is the puppy?
So this little penny, she looks way bigger, and if I put her there, she looks bigger. She looks like a Rottweiler, but she's actually a little shit, right? So that you can just she was on she was on my announcement yesterday, and people said, "Oh man, who cares about Todd? We want Penny." So Penny came. My daughter brought it. It's not my dog.
Are they running auctions while he's talking? Am I just picking up on this?
That's it. All right, now get out of here, schmuck. All right, I'm gonna let this. We're gonna put on the back of that. I'll do something like that. Maybe a spider. Do one of my classic spiders. So the big autograph with the shoulder in. Done. All right. Let this dry because that came out pretty wet. And we'll make sure get one of those. Oh man, that thing is too big. We'll get some other ones and then get one to put a spider on the back of that. Have a body in the house. Alright.
These are some wild questions. You guys don't. You guys ask me better questions.
I like it or I don't like it. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I mean, baseball coming on TV. Been able to watch baseball on it, but kids don't like it. You guys don't remember. Baseball came on once a week, right? The game of the week came on Saturday, right after cartoons. You watch cartoons and you watch the game of the week. That was it. And then you have to wait a whole another week before you can watch the baseball. Disney, the Wonderful World of Disney, once a week. And if you missed it, 26 weeks before they would rerun it, and you'd get to see it again. There was no VCR, there was no re-record. back half made 52, which is the number of weeks in a year, and that's how TV shows work. So if you missed that one Batman show and that cliffhanger, you missed that one Walt Disney show, Wonderful World of Disney, you have to wait 6 months. And here's the downside of that: all the kids on the recess who did get to see it, who get to taunt you for 6 months, going, "Oh yeah, I saw it. I know how cool it is. You missed it. Too bad, Todd." For 6 months they get to, so you try not to miss the stuff that was important because you didn't want to get tortured at recess time, right? What we got for sale right now? Yeah, good. Tell me when you put some up new, so I can see if there's anything interesting. Oh, I'm not even looking because I'm fucking put my head down on the road. Ashley Wood, Gone 200. This issue, obviously, besides it being an anniversary, I believe it was an issue that Michael Golden had just come on board. Was doing a bunch of cool pencils, and I said, "Hey, let me," because I thought Michael Golden was one of my big influences when I was growing up, collecting comic books between 16 and 24. So I got to ink a bunch of the pages on that one, which was sort of like a tribute of it. Ashley Wood is the one that did some of the cool covers for the Hellspawn comic book, and I don't know if you guys have seen some of the. I did a magazine size book.
What do you think? Cool, huh? Todd gives us life lessons on making farts and sex. This message contains muted words. Your 5X got muted. I'm making fart sounds and whoopee. LOL. Very cool. Going with a spider logo on the back of the badge. Are you jumping on that one? Yeah, I'm losing track. This is Spawn.
Although I've done versions of this that you guys will see, this one I'm giving extra TLC, extra love.
Employee edition. Holy cow, he's been auctioning stuff off. Is that Venom with the little teeth? He's got my man Venom got little teeth. Got little teeth.
How many pieces of fan art did I get, like, for myself, like, internally? Hundred, maybe even thousands.
What do you think? Fun or really fun? Thank you to Nick for the gig. I appreciate it. I have a little time to start a piece if anybody feels like a commission. I'll only charge you I'll only charge you Todd McFarlane rates today. I guess Todd likes the long tongue. It's firmly established he's a tongue guy now. Fun fact, some cons have a stipulation that all guests must sign the program free of charge. Always read the fine print, LOL. Oh, I don't mind doing that. I'm already there. So I guess 5EX, you can't get over on Whatnot. They'll flag you for 5EX. And Doc Ock. Imagine if you said Doc Ock and 5EX in the same post. They'd probably arrest you.
You have your big aspirations, but at some point you go, oh hope I make my little league team this year, right? And you just become realistic. So in the back of your mind, would it be cool to be as well known back then as Gil Kane and Neil Adams, John Byrne, Wade Davis, Frank Miller was just coming into his own. Man, I could break in and even have a fraction of what they had. That would be cool. But the reality of it was when I laid in bed and I thought about it, it was just can I actually just get a job, period, and take it from there, right? So no, did I ever think that I'd be as lucky and have as charmed a life as I've had? No, not really. So it sort of exceeded my expectations. So that goes to all you good people here, if you're here listening, and have helped support my career. So I thank you for that. My family does. Couldn't got here without you guys. You guys weren't writing, talking about the stuff that we've done for the last 40 years. I just wanted to break it and take it one step at a time, and it just kept progressing. Got some lucky breaks.
What was the most memorable moment of your baseball career?
Probably, and this may seem like a fun one, is getting traded. Right?
No one asks me about my baseball career.
And I'm playing on a team. In Canada, they didn't have high school, so you played in organized leagues outside of high school. My dad was coaching me. I was 17, and the league was 16, 17, 18. And I convinced my dad to trade me when I was 17. And so there was a year where my dad, I had a younger brother coming up, like a year younger, so he was coming down the pipeline. And I convinced my dad to trade me for a couple
Hey,
of
Spawn.
so I could plan for the future. Now,
Spawn of the Dead.
why do you want to get traded, Todd?
Walking Dead homage.
The team I convinced my dad to trade me to, and nobody ever traded their. First off, there were no trades.
Oh,
and
still going.
No coaches traded their own son. It's like put those two in there. Usually dads don't coach, so they don't have their kid on the team. It's the opposite. But I convinced my dad to trade me to another team, and why? Because I gotta tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that girl on that team, woo, she was pretty cute. Oh man, she made my heart go pitter patter. And that girl, who was 13 years old, right? We are now 48 years later, and she is my wife.
Oh, no kidding. That's great.
So it was the biggest highlight.
That's great.
Getting traded to that team because her dad, the that girl's dad, Wanda, we're talking about Wanda now, for you guys that know my wife's name. Wanda's dad was the coach. So I asked the coach after I got traded if I could get a ride with him to practice every day.
Nice.
So Wanda lived about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away. I had to run to her house every day, stay in shape, and I would coincidentally get to the house half an hour early so I could court Wanda for at least a half an hour every day before I went to practice. And so that was it. I was like, I wanted to get traded so that I could start dating her. And we ended up starting to date each other, and it worked out pretty good. Like I said, we've had a good long relationship, and we know that we've had a charmed life. We're very lucky. We don't take it for granted. So, anyway, you see,
That's like a fairy tale story.
parents to trade you or put you up for foster parents for adoption, so you can get to the end goal, right? Because at that point, I knew, even at that age, I was never going to live the rest of my life with my mom and dad. I didn't care. But I thought maybe if things worked out, I might spend the rest of my life with that girl right there. So I didn't really care whether I was going to hurt my grandmother's feelings. So I needed to get over there to the back room. Okay, this is another surprise item. Okay, here's what this is. This is another.
It's like a comic book story. It's a comic book story.
Man, after all these years. But this is a chrome piece.
Oh boy.
From, I don't know if you can see it there. Oh, me. It's too much shine there. They did this for the Bond HBO series.
Get your credit cards out, Daytona.
Right here, facsimile of my autograph. Right? They did facsimile of my autograph. So that's printed on the actual piece. But what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do a gold. But I'm going to do a big original autograph, like right in here, and I'll show you. This is like, again, chromium, so it's really sturdy.
Holy comic books. Holy comic books, Batman. Oh, more of this nonsense happening. Damn it.
Condition like this? Oh man. Alright. Oh, you know what? Let's go right here. So this is Spawn. I don't know if you guys can see it here, but this is Spawn. He's got the gun. And if you get up close, I don't know if you can see the outline of his body. Right? Sorry about the glare, but you can see the outline of his body. Like he has the gun, he's holding up the gun. So, anyway, so it's not just all black. There's actually the outline of his body. But I'm going to put a signature in this corner. And this signature will pop. Kind of matches his gun. Oh, Jake's here.
LOL Joe. Doc Oct 5EX. No flag. We're testing the limits of whatnot. Doc Oct. Doc October 5th EX. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. LOL Joe joined. What about Walking Dead homage is up? Yeah, I saw that one. 8008 less. That was an elementary school one we did on calculators. I remember that one. 437. We didn't have the O on the end. We just said 4377. So we were like, oh, we were evil. Did they have T-ball back then? I don't think they had T-ball back then, but they had Little League for sure. Because I remember Little League myself. I was not a member of Little League, but I remember friends joining. 80085 passes through. That's all I remember from calculator talk. Those were them. Card is already linked to whatnot. Yeah, buddy. I can hear the suction. I can hear the suction on your credit card. I got 15K ready to go. Yeah, do this. Do this. We're going to watch Daytona. Assault the Whales on Todd's stream. I was in basic training when it came out. If anything, got the first issue 2 years ago. Not my thing. Really? Not a fan of Spawn. So you saved some money. It's 350 issues in. You didn't have to buy one of them. Good for you. I bought the first few issues of Spawn. I think up to like 19 or 20. And then it seemed to be the same story over and over. He hangs out in the alleyway. Somebody shows up, he beats the shit out of them, and then hangs out in the alleyway. I'm like, okay, well, that's all you got? Alleyway action? That's it, huh? Okay, I'm done here. So as a fan, I abandoned it.
I gave Full Venom here a little bit longer tongue than I normally do because the big long tongue, that was sort of a Larson thing, and that wasn't my gig. So I usually don't draw him with the longest.
There's the tongue story, folks.
I usually make it more like a snake. So a little bit of saliva, right? A little bit of cool saliva on there. All right, what do we have next? We got on 267, variant cover, black and white, with the big autograph going down the side.
Somebody asked him if he hangs out with Eric Larson.
Again, doesn't necessarily add any value, but I'll tell you a story about it. Jordan Butler did this artwork, so you guys can see it on there. Jordan Butler with Todd Pinkin. Jordan Butler was one of my employees, and he used to have drawings all over by his desk. He was one of my graphic designers, and I went, man, pretty good, Jordan. You should do a cover for me someday. And he's like, oh, really, Todd? Oh man, that'd be super cool. Anyway, so finally I said, yeah, bring me a sketch and go see if we can go with it. And so he came back to me and he did a pencil drawing, and it was a drawing of Spawn like kind of crouched on a building or something. I don't even know what it was, but it was basically a typical shot I'd seen before. Right, Spawn top of building. Okay, fine, looking down on the city. And then I go, come on, Jordan. I've seen that shot way too many times, right? Why don't we try something a little bit different? And he was like, well, what? What can we do with it? And I go, here. And I took his drawing, and then I turned it upside down. And I go, what if he was falling out of the sky? And there's like flames and everything coming down. And then below him, I'll add the city. I know how to do cities. This is my cityscape. I'll draw the city. So it looks like he's being dropped from like literally 2 miles from the sky. Because this cover begs the question, where was he? And who's dropping him from 2 miles up? Now, again, that's not what the inside of the book was. But when you do evocative covers, people will look at it. So not only was it kind of cool, and again, I hooked them up with some cool Todd inks. I thought it actually turned out to be what I thought was going to be an okay cover, because again, I was trying to give one of my employees a crack. It turned out to be really cool. So, that's part of the regular stuff. All right. So next one is let me see one of those here for a second. So show everybody what it is. So this is, guys, this is a handmade, employee only hardcover. And let me tell you what that means. It's like, okay,
Nice.
look at right here. See the spine? We didn't print 50 of these. We literally took, I had about 100 employees. We bought 100 issues of whatever comic books are in there. Which issues are those?
25 to 36.
Issues 25 to 36. We bought like 100 of them. And then we took them to a printer and they stitched the comic books. These are literally, if you give it to me, these are literally
Very nice. He did that for his employees.
15
It's
comic
very,
books or
very
whatever it is,
nice.
20 comic books that they literally took a needle and stitched together. And then they put the hardcover around those comic books. So if you
Funny enough, I didn't like the art or the storyline. Wow, Todd fan who didn't like Todd's art on Spawn.
But we
Wild.
will see if there's anybody got a
But
old,
possible.
Here's another one that's going to be coming up a little bit later. So here's another one, right? And again,
I
don't know if you
really
can
should have
see it, but if
stayed
you look
in
really
that bid
close,
from earlier. The
wish
bids
it
are
would
much
focus,
higher.
you
More
will see
people
that
are
it
in the
literally
chat.
is each comic book.
Yeah, the
Now,
whales are getting warmed up, man.
each comic book, like we open it up,
The show
there's a
started
comic
at
book
2K.
there,
Oh,
but
I think
all you
people
gotta
are
do is
seeing
get to the
decent
end of it,
prices.
and then you get to the back
I figured
of
over
the book.
auction
Let me see
was
if I can get to
would
it
be
here.
1K plus for each auction. Yeah, most prices are around
There it is.
500. That's enough
And then you get
for a
that's it.
single
This is
comic
the
book
back
that
of the
came
book.
out less than 10 years ago.
So this is literally the comic book, the back of what the original comic book was, and then we just stitched it to the next comic book. And so
That's
these
a nice
are,
gift. That's a pricey.
like in this one here,
That's a
it shows
pricey
issue
endeavor
24.
right there.
So there are 12 issues each, I guess. There are literally 12 mint condition issues of those books stitched together, and then an original cover.
I don't see my boys
So
in the mix
these are
here.
mass produced. These were like one of the kinds that we
Where's
did.
Daytona?
And I know they're again.
Where's them donuts?
So it might be the first one you've ever signed.
Yeah, and I don't know this to be true or not, but the ones that we're selling
Red
today, I
Mar.
signed. I don't know if the ones I gave to the
Red
employees
Mar
I
is a
signed
whale.
on cover. 'Cause that
Look
wasn't a
at
thing
people
back
bidding,
then.
and Red
Everybody
Mar is just
wants to
swatting them
sign on the
away.
inside. So probably,
Nice
I know I
job,
signed
Red Mar.
maybe the odd one over the years or something, but I don't. The ones I gave to my employees, I'm pretty sure.
Red
I opened
Mar.
up front and put a big
He's just
signature
stomping on
the
people.
inside front cover. because that's where people
Look
want
at
to go. So,
Redmar.
again, a little bit of uniqueness in the way that we did it. It's a hardcover that basically is self-made, with the autograph on it, but there's not that many of them out there. And there's not, like I said, there's only
80.
I basically made, because they were expensive. I remember when they told me, I was like,
Yeah.
how much? We
Might be $100
haven't made that many, so it would probably
just
been
to do
just
that.
a little bit more than the number of employees I had. So I'm guessing like 100 at the most. There's
And
only
it probably costs $100 to have them bound like that. Very nice
hard
gift.
to find one. Again, why do I have a couple of those in my?
Look at Redmar just swatting people. Get in there, Daytona. Kick Redmar ass.
I didn't know Spawn was gonna work. I didn't know my career was gonna work. So it's only really by a little bit of dumb luck again.
Just do 2001, folks. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'll take that. 100 of those. Oh man, I'll take one of them. So Soul is so Redmar. Come on. Oh, and look at that. Obviously he bought something in the past because didn't say it's his first time. So Redmar, he's hardcore. So thank you for coming through. He's a good person, man. Way to go. And like I said, you're gonna have a cool odd item. For me, I kind of like the odd items a little bit more than some of the little bit more easy to find items.
Don't you feel like you want to stomp on Redmar? Did he buy any other stuff? No, I don't see him. Oh,
Wanda.
I don't see him.
Dating Wanda, my wife, when she was 13 years old. Again, people think that's a joke. We were saying that to the neighbors the other day at dinner. And they went, oh, and then later they went, oh no, you guys are serious. She was 13, yes. I was in high school. She was 13, she was in junior high. But yeah, there was Wanda always was like, whatever you want to do, it's cool, right? Her dad was less impressed. Oh, you want to date an artist? Art people don't make a living as an artist. So he wasn't nearly as impressed by any of it. I would draw her drawings. Can I tell you, man? You know what we should do? Pick it up. We have a whole chest of all the love letters I used to send to her and draw for her. We should find some of those and show. These are like taught at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, doing love letters and drawings and making handmade cards at Valentine's Day for my wife. And she kept every one of them. So we have them here. So we should probably just show some of those. So just go, hey guys, here's some original artwork from when I was 16 years old. Super cool. And some of it she'll tell you. I might even get one that she'll go. I'd give her some stuff. And I would draw like some weird things. It wasn't all cute and romantic. And it was all like weird stuff sometimes, sci-fi. And she would look at it, and I could tell there was this pregnant pause. I'd give her a new card. I go, I drew this for her. And she'd go, how about those Mets? Right? Nice weather we're having. And so I knew, and she didn't really make a instant reaction. No, she enjoyed it. She appreciated the effort. She didn't quite understand everything I was drawing. I will show a couple of the ones. Might even get her reaction of like, what the heck was Goonie Goo Goo? So, yep.
Where was your favorite place to live and why?
My favorite place to live. Yeah, I moved, ladies and gentlemen, I moved a lot when I was a kid, like a lot. I didn't go to end at the same school, go to the same school about 2 years in a row, nonstop till I was in grade 11 or 12. We moved, and sometimes multiple times. So I don't know. I mean, Calgary, maybe Calgary, because it's hometown. It's where I was born, and it's where Wanda was born, and it's where we met. So Calgary's been good to us, right? My dad still lives there. We go back for the conventions. It's there every now and then. So we like Calgary. You guys never been to Calgary? Right by the Rocky Mountains. Banff is there. Lake Louise is there. Pretty spectacular on a good day.
We're gonna have to sign off soon, I think. I'm anticipating a phone call from Sonia.
All in on comics, and what did that recognition look like?
So if you guys have any questions, final questions, comments, I'm going to see Daytona at Little Giant this weekend.
And then when they started crying, I'm like, shit, this is how this is.
Shit, he wants that. That's right. Red Moore, I'm telling you, whale man. But although I don't see him on other purchases, so he must have just joined. Bro, it was a juggernaut. Moby Dick is in the stream. Yeah, buddy. Moby Dick has arrived. Let's troll him and keep putting it up. Just kidding. We gotta smash Red Mar, right? Next time he gets horny for something, we gotta pool all our finances just so we can say we beat Red Mar. Let's see. My wife would kill me if I accidentally won, though. Todd said he has bought from him before. Yeah, at 2K, I'm not much. I capped at 550. Nice job. That's too much. Do you have a time frame to finish this project you're working on now? This thing right here, you mean? Yeah, probably within the hour. I just won? I won the number one. What did you win? What? No kidding. $450 for a Spawn number one reprint. Holy cow. Good job. Good job. Good job. Donuts. Throwing money at stuff. He's a whale. We've got a whale in our room. Where's my whale? How did we know? So cool.
New. The DVD, I don't know if you had a DVD player, but it's got additional footage, and it's got an interview with Todd McFarlane, it's me. And there's some extras that were on this one that were never obviously in the movie that were there. But
are you signing this?
Oh yeah, and this is, again, there was two versions. Actually, that's right. There's two versions of. I'm going to sign this one too, right here. Going to put a nice big autograph for sure. This is also what they call.
All right, Daytona, you're next, bud. Donuts the whale made his move.
They said if we kept these scenes that they were going to give us an R rating, and so we just had to make the cut. But when we did the director's cut, we put those scenes back. It still doesn't make it R to me, but there are scenes in it that were not in the original movie. So I'm going to put an autograph.
Did you guys see somewhere that the Spawn movie is moving forward? And Jamie Foxx is going to play Spawn?
But that's you got. All right, here we go. All right, so here it is. So they probably shipped these when they first came out to me. So that would have been about 90. Movie came out, I think, in 97. I think so. They would have shipped this to me 97, late 97. So this is 30 years old. Never been touched, never been opened.
I passed on the VHS.
I believe there's also like a card or something shoved in there too. If you were to open it and pull it out,
I'd have to borrow Joe's if I bought it.
Oh, did you hit start, Jake?
Yeah.
I have a VHS player. I actually do.
Oh man, that was quick. Why am I talking so much? If it's sold, Todd, stop talking about it.
What did it sell for?
All right.
$425.
What he calls a cool book. He likes it. He's got some favorites of his. Doesn't necessarily mean that
It's kind of confusing. Granted, I'm not 100% watching it, but it's hard to know when stuff is up for auction because he's not talking about it. He's talking about dating his girlfriend when he was 13.
Is it the inked version or the pencil? It's Greg Capullo's pencil, ladies and gentlemen. So for all of you who don't know how good Greg Capullo is, I mean, take a look at this. This is staggeringly good. This is how, and I mean, he knew it was going to be a cover, so the pencil was a little bit tighter. But I used to be a joy of inking over Greg for all those years because his pencils on the inside were obviously a lot looser than that. But all the information was there. So you've got him, you've got all his sort of gear that he has on his legs, and you've got the city down below, you got the bricks, you got the shadows. It's just cool. I mean, Greg Capullo is a master. So, and there's a big, giant autograph up at the top. So I don't think this ever had any trade dress on it. So it allows for big autographs. So there you go.
What was the first album you bought?
Wow. So this one's going to probably surprise you guys. My brothers,
Tony Orlando.
A year older, a year younger, they bought albums all the time. So I would just borrow theirs. I was too practical and cheap. And so I would never buy anything. I would just basically listen to theirs. I didn't buy my first, maybe, I mean, it was maybe, now that I think about it, I just had a flash. I did buy one, or maybe I got my mom to buy me one. It was the Carpenter's Greatest Hits. That would have been like 74. But I didn't buy my next album, like with my own money. The first album I ever bought with my own money was Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. And I was in college. That may seem weird that I didn't buy my first record until I was in college, but it's true. With my own money, I didn't buy my first one because I just borrowed everybody else's. I was a mooch when I was growing up because I didn't have much money. So I tried to figure out how to use everybody else's stuff. So, Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen was the first one.
Alright, Dad, very popular question.
Oh, very popular question. Let's read it. Hey, so, man, I know I've talked about this before. I don't do drugs, never have. Didn't do drinking. You know what? I maybe tasted a little bit here and there, and I went, no, done. And then when I found out that drugs and alcohol cost money, that it just didn't grow on trees in your backyard, I didn't have any money, so I said no. So I didn't no weed, no alcohol, no vices. Now here's the thing: even without that, I can get pretty wired. So my wife has said to me many times, "Man, Todd, if you actually did any of that stuff, you'd probably be in jail by now, right? You're already a madman and you're sober. Well, I don't even know what would happen to you if you were basically untethered. So, yeah, I don't do and never did. Like people go, oh yeah, I drank for a couple. I just never did it. I never did.
You ever tried weed?
Never tried weed at all. Because it costs growing trees. It does grow trees, but it costs money. I'm like, I'm not gonna try. And then I get alcohol. I go, this is terrible. And they go, you'll get used to it. So I have to now buy something. First off, I don't have money to buy it, and I have to buy something I don't like, and I have to stomach it until I like it. It's just way cheaper to not do it, not have it. And then every day that goes by, you don't have it, makes it easier and easier and easier. And so, I've lived 64 years without it. I'll probably go to 74 at least before I become a drug addict.
That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to turning 75 years old so you start doing drugs. Dude, that's hilarious.
No way. I'm not spending that kind. And back then it was probably like $30, but that was like way too much for me. So here's what I would do. When we lived in Calgary, we lived right across the street from where they played football. It was called McMahon Stadium. It was where they played football in the Canadian Football League, the CFL. And all the big bands that would come to Calgary would invariably have to play, if you wanted any kind of audience, you would have to play at McMahon Stadium. So guess what? It was an outdoor arena. Guess what happens when you play music outdoors? The sound travels. So not only does it travel, but there was a couple places in the parking lot that the sound was really good. So those of us that were cheap, and I wasn't the only one, we would go to those sweet spots in the parking lot, and we'd bring our folding chairs, and we would listen to the concert. The Eagles, Kiss, Supertramp, Three Dog Night. Like, come on, man. They were like, and they would come to Calgary, and you'd sit back. You couldn't see them, but you could hear it, and it sounded like you were in the stadium. And that was it. So the first concert I ever paid money for, it may have been Whitney Houston's very first tour that she ever did. So she came up. I was living in Vancouver up in Canada, and she came up there. Didn't have much stage presence at that point, but you could tell she had a voice that was spectacular. So but that would have been it. Yeah, I was an oddball guy. Everybody was doing stuff, and I wasn't doing it because I was too cheap.
Just to get back to the other topic right before, you also don't drink coffee. Right?
Oh, I don't drink hot stuff. No tea, no coffee, no hot chocolate. And I don't even really like pop. I don't like bubbly stuff. So kind of no pop. People at some point, they go, what's left? Right? So your question should be like, what do you drink? Water. Juice, because it's usually flat. Some juices. I like grapefruit juice a lot. And lemonade. Coke Slurpees. Oh man. I could have a pool full of Coke Slurpees and I drink it all down, just like Homer Simpson. Right? So that would be good. So but that's it. I don't really drink Coke, but I'll drink a Coke Slurpee because it's flat. So that's it. So I have a lot of people go, hey, come over, I'll buy you a drink. You can't because I don't drink anything. So only if you have to have a Slurpee machine. Guess what the kids bought me for Christmas though? This past Christmas. My own little Slurpee machine. You just pour the Coke in, hit a button, and within 20 minutes, you got your own Slurpee. It's awesome. It's awesome. Okay, what are we selling, Jake? Oh, this is issue 100. Wow, we did an issue 200. We're going back now. This one is pretty good condition, isn't it?
These ones got some spine ticks, but
spine ticks.
They definitely like color as well.
Yeah, but overall, this one's good. Mike Mignola, I believe this is the only time Mike's ever done a page for me, right? Like Bill Sienkiewicz did a cover for issue 100, but I got him to do more than one. Alex Ross did one, but he's done some more since then. But Mike Mignola, this is his only one. Frank Miller did one, but he's done more. I did one. I've done more. Ashley did one. I did more. Like Mike Mignola, this is his one and only Spawn version. I thought he did a killer job. It looks cool.
We have the Frank Miller on the show.
Oh, we got the Frank Miller one.
So Mike Mignola is running now. Oh, somebody buy that for me. Come on, whales. Where are my whales at? Donuts. Buy that one for me. I don't see any donuts.
Followed Mike's career like super intently, so I don't know if his style has changed. But usually over time, our styles shift. This is to me like classic Mike Mignola artwork that just got that Hellboy vibe to it. I remember when he had it, it was super cool. Oh, thanks, Mike. Good, man.
You wanna show them droppers?
Christopher 119 drops 500 grand.
That's it.
500 bills.
Come on, man. Schmuck.
Well, should I ask you another question then?
Do it.
No, actually, we're doing a surprise ad.
Oh, here we go. Surprise. We've done a couple of giveaways too, I see, right?
Yeah.
All right. I like the giveaways because, again, if you come on, you just want to hang out.
Go
hear some
Donuts.
silly
I saw
stories,
you
ask a couple
trolling Todd
questions,
with the
you
Mets.
still have a chance to walk away with something. So I think
I
that's
passed on the VHS. I read
Good
this.
shows.
Blodgett in the house. We haven't seen VIP Blodgett in a while. Man, more pending payments. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. all
Ask
right,
him
so
if he's done the
surprise,
Tony
surprise,
Montana.
surprise,
LOL.
surprise. That's Jim Neighbors. That was
My father
he
turned
was in Going to
70.
File.
He
Again,
plays
another TV show I
pickleball.
watched
There you
called
go.
Bob. Just like Petticoat Junction and
Frank Miller
the Partridge
homage is up.
Family and Gilligan's Island. All those shows I watched, guys. If it was on TV, I watched it.
Matt
Right?
Dempsey in the
So
stream.
that's why I said, like, if anybody gave me a cell phone when I was a kid, it would have burnt my retinas out. So, all right, this
Never
one.
gotten anything slabbed. Is it an easy
do we have-
process? Yeah, it's
this
very
is my only
simple.
one, is it?
It takes time. That's the only thing. CGC
So that one is not. Yeah, that's.
processing. It takes a while for them to even log it into the system, but it's very simple. Not a problem. It's a. I'll fill out the forms and stuff, so you don't have to worry about it.
We got other stuff in the house.
It's about a 6-week process. I don't like
You said I had another
how
one. Okay, 'cause it's kind of sentimental.
kids are jumping around. LOL. Looks like the next
We're gonna have to
item
double
is
check.
a
see if we got
shirt.
another one.
We have a couple of things here we can scratch out.
So I can't sell this
You
until
want
I
to know what it is?
find out if there's another one with another surprise. I'm gonna show you what it is. So you guys go. What would you keep? It is a T-shirt from 1992, Chicago Comic Con. Now, why is that a big? I'm teasing. Why is that a big deal? We had just started Image Comics, and this was the first convention that we went to. All of us went to. And if you guys do your history, and if you ever hear that it was so big, they have to rent a tent outside because they couldn't hold the number of people that wanted to come and get an autograph from all the Image founders. That they had to literally go in the parking lot, build a circus tent, and we went out there, and we knew, besides our signings, but we knew that that was it. That the start of Image was going to be something, and there was T-shirts that were given away that day, or we made them, or whatever. I don't. But each one of us did our drawing of our character. There's our name, and then there's the date. July 3rd, 4th is July 4th weekend is 1992. This is our big, because I remember looking at this going, what, dudes, this is 1992. This is our coming out party. And this was the T-shirt for. So if I had another one of these, I'd sell it, but man, there are photos. There are photos of.
He's not selling it? Why is he going on display then? Dude.
So hopefully we can find another one of those and then I can put it up because it's a 35-year-old T-shirt that basically commemorates the first signing of Image. Not anything close to near as cool, but.
Are you okay with it?
Yeah. Okay, but here.
Start closing up shop.
35 years old. We made this a lot.
I hope you guys have a great weekend. I hope you guys score some good stuff for cheap from Toddy Mac. We'll see you guys next Wednesday. I am going to finish this off camera. I am going to get the final tally of today's sketch cover madness round. Give me a second. I'm going to go to Facebook. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going to Facebook. I'm on Facebook. Facebook's very slow behavior on the phone. Let's see. We're plugged in now. We got 2 responses on Joe's art page. We've got a vote from Melissa for number 2. We've got a vote for Mr. Angel Lorenzo. That's a familiar name around here. He votes for number 2 as well. That's because you don't own any of these, do you, Ange? Let's see, Ange 21 does not own any of these that I recall. This one's available, actually. I should be hawking my wares. Anybody want to buy this one? MJ is available. It's coming with me to. It's coming with me to the old school comic show. If nobody else buy it here. We've got 7 responses on the main Facebook page. Jonathan voting for 2. Bob voting for 2. Stan Wakely votes for 4. Keith votes 2. John Bourne votes 3. Keith says 2. Mike says 4. All right. Let's go to the Instagram. Ooh, looks like we got a lot of responses on this one today. Oh, only 7? Jersey Snapper votes for 2. We know Jersey Snapper is here on the stream with a different name. 4. Another 2. Acid voting for 2. Miss Mayhem voting for 3. Another vote for 2. Gwen voting for 4. Johnny Pez, the 2. All right. And now we go to Blue Sky. This is going to be funny. Maybe Angel will have commented on Blue Sky. I get nothing. I get no traction on Blue Sky. Ange gets another vote in for 2. Ange, you're my only buddy on Blue Sky, man. I got nothing going on. So let's do the final screen grab. Get your votes in. Here we go. This is going to be tight and exciting. We've got 3 votes for MJ. So we got 4, 3, and whatnot, plus 4. 7 for MJ. 7 votes. And we've got 5 votes for Squirrel Girl. Oh, I should do the percentage. I like the percentage, 25%. This is 5 votes. MJ got 15%. 25%, which is 5 votes, plus 0 on the social media. Poor Squirrel Girl, not loved on Facebook, equals 5. So in last place, Squirrel Girl. Then we've got Wolverine. We've got Spider-Man, 25%, which is 5 votes here on Whatnot, plus 11, equals 16. I think we have a winner. It's pretty clear. We've got the winner on Whatnot with 35%. 7 votes. Whatnot winner is Wolverine. However, Wolverine's got 2 votes on the social media. It's 9. Our winner is Spidey. I call this one Spidey Vertigo, number 1. Congratulations, Spidey. You're going to the semifinals. the semifinals in black and white will be going up against these previous winners. Let's see. You'll be going up against Daredevil High Contrast, Spidey After Toddy Mac, Doctor Doom, Galactus, and that's it. So good luck, Spider-Man Vertigo. Acid are you still in here? Is this your piece? I think Acid bought this one, right? So this is kind of cool and exciting. I'll see you guys after the Little Giant Madness. Does the shirt come with Todd's DNA? Oh, I hope so. You'll be able to clone him. Donuts says, you too, Joe. Have a great weekend. Great show today, Joe. Blame Todd for denting my wallet today. Yeah, I got to dent your wallet that much. It was Joe's peer pressure. That's what it was. All right, cool. So I'm going to blow out of here. I'm going to call the little woman and see what's up. We're going to Little Giant this weekend. I'm going to finish this today, so we'll have something for the show. For Jason to pass around to all the artists, look for a badass jam piece, hopefully at the show. That might be cool. And I think that's it. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you for everything. It was fun chatting today. Falcor with the chats. He's got the hardcore. Falcor's got the hardcore conversation starters, that's for sure. So I hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you on Wednesday for the color sketch cover madness round 6. That's going to be fun. You can get a sneak preview on my upcoming streams. You can see them in my account. Okay, let's get out of here. I'll see you later. Maybe we'll raid somebody because we got 5. Should we raid Todd? That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Let's raid OG because he's a buddy. Here we go.